Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you are new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
And now we will start with the concepts of the dataset. What are the datasets? Here, if we see the datasets are, the definition is here that a prism object associated with raw source data or processed data. Datasets are basically a prism object associated with raw source data or processed data. Here it can be two things. Can be a file with a raw data or something which is processed already. We bifurcate datasets into two types. One is base datasets and the other one is actual. The second one is derived dataset. The base datasets are the datasets in which actual raw data is there. As we know that we are able to get the data from Workday or from the external system. If we are getting any data in a raw form, then when we do any quantification to the prism, we are creating a base dataset. And the nomenclature for creating any base dataset is we do a prefix of BDS. It is a short form of base dataset. And then we can name it BS. That's the short form of the base dataset. We name it base dataset that we are able to identify. When we create any line of datasets, in that it's very hard to identify which is the base dataset and which is the derived dataset. In order to identify it, we do a naming and we follow this naming convention. Likewise for derived datasets. Derived datasets where we create when we are using derived datasets or the base dataset. It is very much clear that for base dataset, the input file will be the raw file. By that only be able to create a base dataset, but on the other hand, derived dataset can be any raw file. Also, it can be any derived dataset. In derived dataset, it gives us leverage to do transformation modification, adjust the schemas of the data, or to filter the data, or to create calfis. Fills into it that all things takes place into the derived dataset. There can be a line of datasets followed by the derived datasets or a base dataset, and which we actually publish and which we publish, and then we are able to do the working into it. Derived dataset with the naming convention for derived dataset is DIDES, which is a yes, DDS. I hope that these two things are clear for you. Yes, are clear. Oh, we are missing, I'm saying base dataset and derived set. What is the next steps? Then generally now which one? Easy to process, or now even though in the DDS we contain both processed and non-processed data, that derived data set, this is the best basic input. Or what are these things? Data sets basically here. Yes, these are used for basically identifying. There's nothing as easy or hard. Anything but it's a creating a lineage that for the data flow. If we see any graphical representation of how the data flows, be able to understand that how the data will flow in the system. That is the working of it. It is a standard practice for a raw file, create the base data set, and for the other files, we will use the other file type, other data set type. Yes, coming forward, you will be able to easily identify what I am talking about. Now we will see it. Now we will see that what is the Dataset workspace. Dataset workspace is a space where all the PRISM configurations are available. Over there, all the things will be there. We will be able to find all the datasets, datasets, tables, everything will be there. That workspace is known as Data Catalog. Now let me quickly connect to my desktop connection that it will be easy for you to see and understand things. First of all, to access the data, Prism workspace, the task is data catalog. One question before, if I was trying to, before the Prism, talent, how to configure these things do we need to configure to get all this data, get the data catalog or anything. Yes, for that we need to do a security configuration, which I was about to cover, but somehow my that tent wasn't responding. Because of that, I'm not able to cover it today, but what I will do is in the next session, I will take this as a first, but we are not missing anything because it's already configured and it's not stopping us with moving ahead. But still, if you want to know moving ahead, I will just first of all name your steps. What we do is we will divide the things into separate parts. What we will do is, first of all, we won't be configuring data catalogs all the time, but what we will do is create it once, or we should have a knowledge about it. In that case, we create a security group, and in security, that particular security group will have the certain domains. Enable this. Moving ahead, what do is create a user-based security group. In that particular user will have the capabilities of doing the working in the background. Once we create a user-based security, in that we will assign the different domains. What do is we will go to edit domains, and the domains are nothing. Domains are the domains are Prism data. Set, create Prism Dataset, manage Prism Data Owner, manage. You don't have to do by heart. You don't know to learn by heart. You can go to community and you will find out the list of all the domains which are responsible for it. Hardly. There are 10 to 12, I guess somewhere around 10 to 12 domains which are responsible for this, for the Prism. Once you add those data set into that security group and assign a user, the tenant has been set up for the Prism working. Yes, I will be sharing the list of domains which are responsible for it. But moving ahead, it might also update, or after 1 or 2 years, it might update or reduce depending on work days. Update. But this will be the standard as of now. By that, you will be easily able to do the configurations. Sure, yes, now to access the Prism workspace, what do is we will type a task with the name of data catalogs. Once we click, data catalog will show us. It will show us the environment where the Prism is already set up. Got it. Here, just reports, we can tag the datasets with our name. Let's say I am working on a report which falls under the category of payroll. While creating it, I can name it. I can click it and I can tag it with that particular one. What happens is during our development, we tend to create lots of data set. Let's say if we are working on one single data source for a single project, we might end up creating from, let's say, around minimum 2 to 3 data set to up 10 to 15 data set. In order to filter it out in this big list where all the data sets are listed, what we do is we take them by the name of the project or by the category they are serving to. Let's say if we say by the project, it will be payroll benefit, which are the generic terms, but in payroll what? In payroll, if we are working on a project where we need to generate a salary slip or we want to send us some specific we want to send some specific things or integrate some specific things related to payroll, some specific pay components, then we can name that project and we can assign that tags to them. Then here the data set list generally automatically restrictions after some time, but if you are not able to see your data set over here, you can give refresh. Over here, by that you will be able, it will show us that last refresh. This meter go, sometimes what happens is we create it, but this page is not refreshed. You are not able to see your data over here. Apart from it, if you are not sure regard if you are not assigned your data set with any back, you can use this for search functionality. This search functionality is only for the Workday, but this search functionality is used for dataset. Let's say if I want to search a BDS with any name, I will search BDS and it will give me all the BDS with that particular name over here. Down. Currently there are no BDS available. I will type TBL. Yes, TBL are coming over here. TBLs, these are known as tables. I will cover it up. What are the table types? But this is the search functionality. This search of the work. This is for Workday and this search is for the Prism for searching the data set. On the left side, this is the data catalog. Over here, we can see that we can bifurcate the data on base of tables and data set. Now you told that we understand the concept of data set, but what are the tables? Tables are nothing. It's a static data scoring capability of the data. Let's say data set. What happens is when you create a lineage, let's say there is a data set 1, which is connected to the data set 2, and it is connected to data set 3. Let me open a lineage for a better understanding. Just a single one. This is a lineage of it. What happens is when I do modification into this data set, automatically those changes will be reflected over here. And if there is another data set, it will also send a reflection to the other data set ahead of it. But when I create a table, I give a permission when to refresh the data with it. It restricts the flow of data after a certain point why we create data set. Let's say if we are creating a demographic data or enriching the data with the current data. Let's say I have some basic demographic data of the worker and I'm pulling some from the other organization. I'm pulling the same data from my system. I want to map those data together. During those mapping, whatever I do is I will do what I will. This table won't get refresh until I asked it to refresh it. Basically, this refresh is automatically, but this doesn't refresh automatically. I need to refresh it manually that we are able to perform the action. This window which you are able to see, it's called lineage of the data. We will explain in detail later on. But this is what we are able to see. We covered the tables. Tables refreshes doesn't refresh automatically. We need to refresh it manually to avoid data conflict. Moving ahead into the lineage. The datasets are the datasets, which we bifurcate into the various categories. BDS. Then there are connections. Connections are the connections which we establish with the dataset. As I mentioned in the previous session, that we take data from the different system and merge it with us. Here the connection is from Amazon. If we click it and review it, here we can see that we have established a connection, and the connection can be of various types. Here it is using some areas with using IBR services from Amazon and getting the data, and here's the configuration of it. We can, when we want to create, first of all, when we have to get the data on a recurring basis, we create a connection and we test our connection manually first. Because we don't want that, we create a connection and it malfunctions in the end or on a recurring basis. What we do is we test the connection on recurring base. One question here. The connection, generally you are seeing the access key. The reason, somebody else created these ones. Do we need to create while setting up connections to the data source? We will provide this information. Basically, somebody has to give the key ID and which region we need to connect all this information in general. That is our responsibility, or somebody else provide that connection details. Yes, conferring the connection in Prism. It's our role that we need to mention that. What will the source of the connection, and what is the connection key, and what is the connection ID? But now to create that key ID, connection ID, and key the main person in the organization who looks after the data integration across the system. They give us this key and ID because as a Prism analyst from Workday, we don't know about AWS at all and how the configuration take place into the ADOS. They generate that key. And they generate a key and an ID on their end. And they share it with us and ask us that you can access this data using this key and this ID. Got. They will provide details. Very correct. They provide us by that only be able to access them. Yes, yes. And while sending also data, when we, let's say, we send any data to any other system, we follow this thing. We also provide to other system. This is the key and ID, but this thing is one time only who is the Workday admin or who is the data admin overall across the system looks after this one. Now this is a data change task. This here, we can see that as I mentioned that we are using various data sets and files to ingest the data on a recurring basis. Here this is a data set chance where I can run that particular connection, and I can do it manually. As here you can see that this is a source as a file and this is a data set. In something what happens is it's truncate and insert, some in terms insert. In insert, what happens is it will append the data. Let's say if there are already 10 rows available, what it will do is it will add, and we are sending another 10 and it will append. It will be 20 rows, but let's say if I said, but let's say yes, if I said it will replace it. It won't append, it will replace that existing one and copy with the new one. It completely depends on the requirement which one to move ahead with. Here we can see that yes, you have any doubt. No, the doubt is no. Can it overwrite the same data? That does it check? No, let's say our 10 tables already there. Unfortunately, again you insert the same setup for data. What will happen in that scenario? Here truncate and insert is it will replace the existing data, and insert will be it will append the data. Does it check the duplicates or anything, or there is an operation or doesn't? Its appending is, let's say, if it's 1 to 10, then from 11 onwards it will start passing. It doesn't check for duplication because we already mentioned that we are not doing that. That checking of duplication, we can do it moving ahead in our datasets, derived datasets. Your question is, there are chances that when in appends there are chances of the duplication, but it still depends on the data type. Some data types doesn't have, that data type doesn't have duplicates. Let's say if, and some will have duplicates. For an example, if there is any, if we are sending a worker data, let's say we are getting the paid data of worker. Definitely in an organization, there will be set of worker fixed. Let's say 100 employees are there. It might be plus or minus depending on hiring and termination of the worker. Obviously, it will have the same number of employees or almost the same in that. In those scenarios, there are chances of the duplication. And for that, use truncate and insert to over the duplication. On the other hand, if the file only gets, if let's say we are creating a set of pay groups. For pay groups, we are creating new pay groups. And that comes, there are no chance of creating duplication. In that term, we will use insert. Also, we use this truncated insert. That insert functionality where all data gets appended when we want the historical data. Here, what happens is, let's say if there is a column with there's an employee and there's a date that payroll for the month of January, and there's another same employee with payroll as it with pay for the February month. By that we can bifurcate the data and we can do some working on it based upon the month they have received their payroll. Ideally, it's not a duplication. Yes, the number of employees are same. I mean the employee is getting repeated, but the entries, the row entries are of different months. That case. Here, as I've shown you, we can use the different sources, data sets and files on a regular basis. It will do it. Here, the symbol is for report. If you want to use any report for getting the data, then we can also do that. There are majorly three methods. One is the getting files from SFTP. SFTP will get the file and it will upload the data, or else we can upload a file, existing Excel file, and we can upload it. And we can create a data set, or we can push the data on a regular basis to a data set. Secondly is to transfer the data from one data set to another one. And the third one is to get the data from a report and transfer data from the Workday report to the PM. One question now. We are seeing sources, only files and data sets. I'm not seeing table. Table is not the source in general. Yes, generally tables are not the sources here. Sources, it will be there, but it won't be a change task. It will be in a lineage available. Basically, this is a data change task. Here we are, yes, it will only update the data. There is no table available over here. It will be in the data sets only here in table 1. No, yes, this is for sources are made. When we create a table as it will. We can configure it over here as we can do it, but here it's not available. It's not available here, but we can do it for the table as that is the thing. Then the other thing, Workday what kind of reports now is different type of reports. All the reports we can get it here, and you process or only certain kind of reports. Let's example custom reports or some standard reports or something. There are different types of reports in Workday. If I say on a macro level there are standard reports and custom reports, and in standard reports there are two types, Espresso and Report Writer. For Espresso, custom report, either all the standard reports we can't use for this one for Prism, but in custom report there are two reports which we can use. One is advanced report and the second one is metrics and search report, as that we can use it in ingesting it into the Prism. To enable it, we use the RAS functionality report as a service. RAS, when we enable that, not automatically when we create a report, it won't show directly into the Prism. But when we create it, there's an option. When you go to advanced option, it will show us that enable as a web service. When we enable as a web service, then there's another option, enable for Prism. When we tick this both things, then be able to see that report in this Prism, that these reports are available, which we can pull it and use it for our fun working. One more question. No, I heard, but we can bring it. We can bring it about here or not. But for now, I don't think there's any functionality, but we can bring it for now. But still, I will check for the but, because this is also a Prism is used for the BI functionality only. We can do a thing that we can use the bars extract and in a file format, let's say in a CSV or any format, and then use that data, ingest it into the Workday, and then do some visualization out of it. But there's no any functionality to use the BIOS from directly to the Prism. Just I was going over, I was looking sure. Here, if we see that we covered the data set, let me see the next topic. Yes, we discussed the data sets. What are the data sets? We discussed the tables. We discussed because the dataset workspace is a data catalog, and data catalog is a workspace of datasets where you can find all the dataset and dataset schemas. There are base datasets and derived datasets, and dataset schema changes we saw that we are able to find the changes. The data things task we discussed about. Now we will discuss about published dataset. Published dataset are nothing, but they are same as the derived datasets only, but they are published. How to see it? Let me check if there's any available dataset in the tenant. There are dataset. You can see here that published successfully. What does this mean, published successfully? When the derived data set is published, it means that it is available in terms of Prism data source into the Workday. You remember we discussed about that we create a custom data source into the Workday. This data source acts as a Prism data source. If I open this data set as a view, these are the fields which were used in this report. And when I go to the activities, I'm able to see that this report was published by who? The person name will show up here. How much time does it take when it was published? And how much rows we are publishing to it. In some matter, it also get fails. It will show us when there are recurring publishing happening on a frequency. It will show me multiple lines on that frequency. And here that particular user or ISU name will be there. Integrated system user will be responsible for it. If I copy the name, Let me copy the name. This data source will be able to search it into the Workday if I go to BO and here, external data business object. Here you can see we have created this business object as a data source. Out of it here, if you see the data source, we have created data source with this name, and here this digit also conveys the same name to the as a primary business object. By that here 41 fields are there, and if you see means but one fields came where it no greater this fields. Sorry, cut your question. The 41 fields we are seeing to integrate, somebody has created manually or how the fields came here. Those 40-volt fields are the one which we created in this prisms. If you see field 41, the fields which we created in 41 over here, those fields only will reflect here. It might be more than this, not less than 4. Because while working, this is now available into the Workday. This report is now available into the Workday. Now we will be able to work into the Workday with this data set. I will also create some calculations. Let's say if this date field is there and I want to only get some particular date thing, then I can create a calculate out of it and do the working. In that case, I will create a calculated field into the Workday, not in the Prism. This 41 field, if I say it comes from here, and if we see the data source, it can be more than 41, but not less than 41. Got it. While creating, we know I want to create a red. Any roads or confusion over here in this data source or business object. A little confusion here. Basically, you can ask. Basically, we created this data set and it has some certain steps involved. How these 41 fields came from, where, how did we get this information? What are the steps basically to create it? These fields, this while creating data set we create, these fields are now how do we know what is the field type? It's all those things. This maybe we see that business objects or something is there. This creation, what field is there? What data type? Is there that when we create a data set in that, there is a managed field. By default, when we ingest the data, what Workday does is Workday automatically identifies it on its end that what kind of data type it is. If the data is into date format, and it will automatically show us that this data is into this date format, but when the data but sometimes it happens that Workday is not able to correctly identify the data type. In that case, we can manually change the data type as per our need. Let's say if we have created a date, the date and time type date time, then it will show in field type as date. Then if it's a single instance, then it will show a single instance. Text is text. And true or false condition is there. Then it will become as Boolean. We don't need to do into Workday. When it gets published, it will automatically translate the things into the Workday format when we publish a Prism data set into the Prism. Generally, the data, the fields might be more than you mentioned. Let's say hundreds of things are then, what is the minimum size in data sets in general in the real-time scenarios? How much is it? Field it can process, that's as of now, there's no such hard limitation because we haven't come across any such scenario where we're overburdening it. But there are some limitation for the on the report end when we create a report it has. Some limitation up to 100 fields, but still 100 is a limit. But if we create more than 40 or 50 fields, The report will take too much time, but in terms of this, we can create. From my experience, I've created a 150 plus a non-150 fields into it, and we haven't found any issue in it. Yes, but there is a limit. On the data uploading file, let's say I want to upload a file into this Workday, then that external file, and that file shouldn't be more than a 50 GB. It might update in this coming release, but it shouldn't be more than 50 GB of it, maximum. Up to 50 GB, yes, it's maximum, up to it, we can do it. But ideally, those such limits doesn't reach. But still, this is a good thing to know about. Any other doubts regarding this understanding, lineage, or tables? I'll go over again. I need to try this all this time, but far I'm good. I can move forward. Yes, and lineage is nothing. If you are able to see this thing into the lineage, let me close this. Yes, see, all these data sets are there. They are available in the data catalog. If I go to the data catalog, dataset, this all field datasets are available over here. But here in the lineage, we are able to see how they are connected. Here I can see that this derived data set is there. It is taking data from this table. It is coming over here. This data set is from here. It is coming from here and it is merging over here. If I open this, if I go to edit transformation, and then I can see that there will be a union or a joint of it. Here you can see there are different stages. One is import, and then we can see a join. Now these two things are joined together for the next step. Yes, this all configuration we will be doing it. Now we will start with that creation of the data set. To create a data set, first of all, the option is to create over here. It will ask us what to create. You can see for base data set, we are getting this many. Options table derived data set, base data set, it is giving us three options from file or custom. Report, we discussed three types. These are three types and these are the connections. Sorry, I didn't got a question. Do not use sepia. No, it might be some. There might be some. Yes, there might be. There's a new update coming in. They might be doing some update, because of that it's written. But anyways, you can go ahead and use it. What happens is sometimes they are updating, working on that particular task. It names that do not use, but we can definitely go ahead and use it. It's do not use in terms of do not use in production for the thing, because it's a sign that this particular thing is under deprecation or under development. And if there are chances that it malfunctions, you can use it for the testing, but not on a thing. But once the update release, it might go away. Now we see that we can create by 3 digital option. Let me check for any report which is available. What I will do is I will use the existing one if there is any report available in this. If you can see here, in order to get a report from for a working, here we can see that this report is created. It's an advanced report type. And we go to this advanced option. Here you can see it is enabled as a web service. And when you enable this, the web service API version automatically picks it up. And apart from it, there's an option to take mark enable for Prism. Once you do this, two things then, and then you will be able to see this particular table over there. In order to create this, copy the name of this copy text and here, data catalog create from custom report. Yes, here it will ask for the report. We'll paste the report name and it will be report criteria. When report criteria prompts up, let's say if in my report I have entered some prompts there, or some prompts which are prompting and which are here do not prompt is no, or it will blank. In that case, ask that if you want to run this report, on what criteria should you run? Here, what the report creator, the report writer person has done is he has selected the default values that for dimension type he has selected ledger account, and for the last option include dimension hierarchy he has mentioned yes. And then he has mentioned the do not prompt. Do not prompt automatically conveys that to use the default as it is. But if in case this do not prompt is not done as yes, but it's a blank, in that case we need to give a report criteria over here. It's nothing, just to see that what criteria on which criteria. Should it run on? Any doubt till here in this? The report criteria I do not have, but really the only question we are talking. The existing report to this report and whatever the default it has now, let's say all. This is a prompt. Is there saying yes? No. I mean, as is done if we required a prompt, now we need to change their report type. Do we change there or where exactly we are going to change that one just in case copy? I didn't got the last one. For what? Copying what we copied, that existing one and changing it. If we would go side, there is a do not prompt to run. Head run type is a yes. And then if we change to no, then what will happen? Let's say dimension. Type is there, and if it is no, let's say if it's no, then we will be able to see that that particular thing same as it is over here, this particular row refreshed. A set particular row of dimension, type this one. Here you can see prompt default values. The same line will come here. The same line will come here and here. We need to mention any value here we have mentioned here. If we have mentioned this, a ledger account as a default value, then here also we need to mention the default value. Yes, see here the fill type will come as a dimension type, value type will come, and then value will be the one which we have named it analyze. If you want to change the name of it, we will. We will also means dig in detail when we will be creating a full-fledged dataset. This is just an understanding how the creation of report dataset, where BDS based dataset takes place when we do it with the report. Now there is an option with the restriction of the environment. Here we can configure the restriction based off on different environments. Let's say I want to get this report there and it should be limited to implementation tenant only. It will stay in that it will only fetch the report when this data set in it is in implementation tenant and not in the other tenant. But let's say if I give in sandbox and it will only pull this report in sandbox and not other tenants. Basically, we are restricting it to on usage that on which tenant it should be used in. It might be due to some testing reason or it might be due to some security reason. These are the reason we were restricted. In this case now, let's say I want to give the access in production or somewhere. Here we can see if we see the URL, it's an IMPL. It's an implementation tenant. We need to take mark on implementation tenant and remove the other ones. But this is solely depend on the requirement. Sometimes what happens is organization. What they do is that they'll delete everything and they'll restrict it to sandbox and implementation tenant. It's up to the requirement in which thing we want to restrict it to. But ideally, we should be restricting to the tenant which we are working in here. If we see it's an implementation tenant, we're sticking to implementation tenant. If it's sandbox, then do it for sandbox. These are the default configuration, but if organization says that no, do it for both then. Do it for both, somebody else they have to. Yes, it's for the process that what process that company follows. Always in Workday, what happens is there are some standard process or standard steps defined by the Workday people. That here, when we create this base dataset, it is not necessary to name the base dataset as BDS as a prefix and thus the name of that dataset. But for what Workday does is, Workday tells us that it's good to name that dataset as a BDS in prefix that you can easily identify it. If I don't prefix as BDS, then also that dataset will be created. But it's for my reference that it will be easy for me. These are the standard working protocols which Workday suggests us. This option is there and this is no. When I run now, it will get the data and it will show us which fields are there. Here you can see that data set. We have to name the data set name. Here if I type the dataset BDS test report in session, it will automatically take the API name. API name is if we create a data set name once and if once I click then I won't be able to change the API name. I will be able to change the dataset name, but API are unique APIs. Here if you can see API name can't be changed once assigned. The reason behind is that once we create a dataset names cannot be duplicate, but it can be near to duplicate. But AP they keep in mind that it shouldn't be duplicate. Why? Because let's say when someone is doing an integration or pulling the data using that API, then if they are the API is not unique, there are chances that the API might get confused and it might pull both of them or may not pull any of the data set. Let's say two data sets are there, which is BDS underscore test underscore worker. It will get confused which one to pick. That's why it is important to have a unique API name. Here you can see that the dataset update mode, replace or append. When we give replace, it will replace it. And when we append, it will append the data. Here we will click option of replace. Then we click here dataset is completed and all data. BDS, you can see the type is base dataset, Workday report. For table, it will come table and this. When suite, and this is the symbol, the grid symbol is for date table and this symbol is for data set. It is easy for us to identify. This is BDS and this is the DDA derived data sets where the arrow is there. You can see this and the data set, and data sets are almost same, but data sets has arrow are able to identify apart from the icons that I please also mentioned over here. And the modification date, you can identify which one you are referring to. This we created 1 minute ago. And now we click and read this and view. Here, if we refer this report, we are able to see 3 rows. 3 rows are there. Basically, 3 columns will be there. If I go to this report which I've created, I can see this 3 plus 2 additional columns will be made when I do the report. These are the WPL load items. If we see over here, if I go this here, I can see all the columns, this option. And if I click this is a table view and this is a list view. When I give list view, it will give me this output. What is this? This is workload, workdays, unique IDs. For this particular data type, this is our unique ID, which Workday generates, and this is the time of the load, at which time this load was being pulled off. You can see the date at the time is the date is 29 and the time zone in which this tenant is set up. Currently, the time zone I am working in East and you are working into East time zone, but let's say your tenant is into Est time zone, then the timing here will show off the Est only, that for this particular time this data set was this ingested. Moving ahead, it is only required just to pick the unique data. As I mentioned, you remember I told you replace and append. When you append the data, both values will be different. This load time will be different. Here, if 20 date is there and we'll load it again tomorrow and the data will change to tomorrow's date. Got. When we create a data set, what we can do is we can here when we click on this side, we get this is the action button. We can view the data set. We can view the lineage of it. That how many data sets are derived from it or where it is taking, what is the source of it, edit it and share it. We can share it with the how many people we want to share it. It depends on us, but that particular person should also have that security to see that data. When we view it, we can view that. This is a sample. This is a sample view here. Only some particular rows will come over here. There will be a limit of certain of 100 or a 500 something. We can only see that only those samples only. Not all data will be visible. Here you can see sample 20,000 rows are there. Let's say if the data is more than 20,000, it won't show over here. But up to 20,000, it will show us over here. First Lonzin. What it will do is it will pick the first 20,000, random 20,000 with the pick and will sort it in ascending orders. If you want to change the layout, I can do it later on and this is a detailed view of it, table view of it, that what other fields are coming under what column. But if I want to see the unit, the type of values, if I click on this is dimensioned. I can see the additional data. These are the top values. If I can see 6010 is coming for the entries. For one time, this is coming. For one time, this is coming. For one time, if it is coming for more than one time, it will go. It will show us 2 there. You can see that sub 1 and it will also show the percentage that with rest of them. How much percentage? It is coming 20% more in compared to the other ones. It will also show. Me, how many null values are there? As I mentioned in work in Prism, if there is no data, then the value won't be blank. It will show us null. Here you can see there is no null value. Likewise, it's a macro level picture that how, what are the data types available and what's the count of it. Here you can see here, I mentioned you regarding. But here you can see that this corporate hour is coming 2, 3, 5 times, which is 9% of the total number of rows. And there are 19 nulls into it. This is the BDS to how we can create a BDS out of a report. We are about to reach the limit of the timing of the session. End up over here. But from the next session, I guess you have sent an email to the support team regarding your offs. Monday to Wednesday. I'll be back on Thursday. From Thursday onwards, I will in advance. Only I will configure the tenant that we can cover the secure, the setup 10 in part, which we were not able to cover it up due to some technical issue. Do that, and after that continue with this one. The data set part got it. For my get up to the speed or knowledge, what should I do next 3 days? Just if I get a time or some time. What is now? What should I do? Yes, what you can do is you can go to the data catalog. You can log into the data catalog and explore different options. On this left side, you can explore this all option and see what kind of content is available. You can do this thing, but from it you can do is you can open different this data sets and see in view how it shows in view lineage, what it shows in edit transformation, what it shows. You can see on what things you are able to see, and you can explore different creation of it. This is a demo tenant. It is possible that many people have done their working. You can see that 435 data sets are available. Data set tables these are the data steps. If you see all data, then 662.1, the tables and data sets are available in this particular results. In explore and see what play with it. See, and once we start with after we complete the introduction of the data sets, how they're created and how the VDS and DDS are created, we can move ahead with the task. I will then start giving you the task to build up from the scratch. In the last session, we discussed that. What is? First of all, Workday Prism Analytics. We saw the definition for the Workday Prism Analytics is that Prism Analytics is an analytical tool which helps in analyzing and visualize the data for Workday and non-Workday data together into Workday and without exporting any data to any third-party tools such as data warehouse or BI tools. Previously, what used to happen when Workday didn't have Prism Analytics? We used to export the data to the BI tool, just Power BI or Tableau to visualize it. But to fulfill the requirement to do all the visualization working in a single place, Workday came with the concept of prismalities. Who are the main users of it? Basically, data administrator, data analyst, or stakeholder. Stakeholders use it here. Stakeholders' role is to see the data or monitor it, but the primary users are data administrator and data analyst. Then we reviewed the Prism workflow. What is the workflow of the Prism on a macro level? Prism works on get data, repair the data, and analyze the data, get the data from Workday and then on non-Workday system. It is not necessary. We always to have a Workday to be combined with a non-Workday resources or sources. But it is if we have only Workday data together. But we want to transform it with something which Workday doesn't support to its reporting requirements, then we use Prism. It's not always necessary to have both of them together. And then, or it's mentioned in prepare the data, what we do is we transform the data. We blend the data sets, apply security permission, and publish the data sets. Transform as in to create various calculated fields into it. There will be too many cal fields. The logic are also given to it. We can create based upon our requirement. These calculated fields are completely separate, which we use in the custom report. In custom report, the customer, the calculated fields will be create multi-instance or single instance or extract single instance from a multi-instance. Those fields are there. Here the cal fields will be substring the text or extract the date or something that blending the data sets, let's say. We have two sources from Workday and non-Workday. We are blending it together or we have already, or we are getting the data from different systems. And we are blending it. We blend these different data sets into one in order to transform it and achieve our goal. Then we apply the security permission. Security permissions is based upon the security domains which we get. But let's say we have the data security in the Workday for a Prism of Hazard data administrator. But there are chances that certain data sets which have very important information about organization, they might restrict it and it is not visible to you. In order to see it, we can restrict it that only few of the data sets are visible to the worker and the sensitive ones, we can secure it in a good way. Then after doing that, we publish the data set. Publishing data sets helps us to achieve the next step, which is the analyzation of the data and to visualize it. Once we publish it, this data is available for the discovery boards and for the custom reports. Let's say if I want to create a custom report into the Workday. Let's assume a scenario where I had the data for the Workday, but I use a different data source. Different data source as in the data coming from SAP, which is not in Workday, but we blend the data together and then we published it. It will be published as a Prism data source. There will be a work delivered data source. There are custom data source, but this is a Prism data source. Let's say we name the data set as per a requirement. A published data set, that same published data set name of the data set will come as a Prism data source when it is published, and the business object will be the same as then coming to the analyze part. Be able to analyze it in the discovery ports and into the Workday reporting based upon the capabilities the Workday reporting gives us. But then this is an overview of the Prism workflow. Now coming to the Prism data management, how the data works. It's a more on a micro level how we see it works. On a EPL model, extract, transform, and load. That is the workflow of it. Here what we do is we get the data, but how we get the data that we will see here. Here it creates tables or create data sets. The data set as in base data set to bring the data. Tables and data sets are very identical in nature, but they are a bit separate. Base data set and derived data sets were already before, but table was introduced by Workday or 3 years back only. What is the difference in tables and data set? Tables are created. Tables are created first and then the data is loaded into it. We can assume that the data is static into it unless we refresh it on a manual basis. It's storing our data into a table, but the data set table is that we get the data first, and by that data, the data set is being created, which is a base data set. Here, the data keeps on refreshing as we pull the data from an external system. Tables is storing the data and base data set is get the data. And get it flow to the derived datasets ahead for the transformation. Then, after the first step, we create a derived dataset. In base dataset, the main purpose of the base dataset is to import the data. That cover in detail, but just walk through it on a bigger scale. Datasets are basically used for transforming the data. We transform the data, blend the data with Workday data with non-Workday data and transform it and apply the security. By default, the Workday implicitly applies security to Workday within a dataset. Let's take PIM default to dataset decoded summon. This is the domain name PIM default to dataset. Here what happens is, let's say there is a dataset. It has different columns into it. Assume this PIM dataset as a data source or a business object. In a business object, there might be different fields. Let's assume we have worker field. Worker field might have worker business object might have different fields into it. Worker then benefit. It will have benefits. It will have a location, address, phone number, primary email. That. By using apply security, we have control to control the fields that which field should be available to which worker. This is how the security of the Prism works. Then the load data is make this available for analytics by publishing the dataset. When dataset is published, we are then loading the data and analyzing it as we discussed in the previous slide. Then we come to the setup tenant. I think due to some tenant issue, we weren't able to do this, but we can do this. Basically, it's going through the overview of it, how we do it. Basically, this part has been looked after the security team and they are more aware of how to utilize it. But as a data administrator, it is good to know how we should be setting up the data tenant or how it is set up to. First of all, to set up the tenant, we need to enable the Prismatics functional area. For that, we need to go to the task maintain functional area. This thing is actually coming in between if I'm able to minimize it. Let me go to system and functional area. Any doubt? I'm switching to the slide just in case. I just want to check if the slide is also visible to you. Yes. First of all, to set up a tenant for Prism Analytics, we need to enable the Prism Analytics. It is a functional area. If you might have gone through the Workday training, you might have come across the functional. There are different functional areas. The functional areas have different domain security policies. If we see this functional area, if we filter this functional area by this and search Prism, these are the including domains. First of all, we need to see that Prism Analytics has been enabled or not. If it's not, yes, we need to. What we will do is we will go to the Prism Analytics to access a task which is maintain functional area, functional areas, and here there will. Be different functional areas available and enable it. Let's say the academic advising is not enabled, it's showing this. But if we go here and see reserve analytics, we can see it's already enabled. All the configuration will be already configured. You don't need to do it manually, but it's just a good to know. What we are doing is by enabling a functional area. We're enabling a function or a module into the Workday. By this, the prism will be visible to us. Prism will be visible to us and be able to see this domain as let me open the domains. Let's say some of the tenant they provided me, it's not enabled. I mean, we need to enable. First thing is first come here and make sure it's enabled or not. Everybody will have access to enable or only admin. What kind of admin roles we need to have to enable these functional areas? Correct. As we discussed, we won't be doing it as a data administrator because we will be working as a PISM analyst or PISM consultant. These things are basically look after the person who is a data administrator of whole data flow of Workday. That person will look after the data. After it, or a security person if there's a security consultant dedicated to the organizations. They looks after these security rules. Basically, a few years back, Prism and Discovery Dashboard, this both we are available on the basis of subscription basis into subscribe as a service, and then only it was available to us, but later on they were giving drive or let's say discovery board by default to all the Workday users. But Prism, it's still on a subscription base. Let's say if I enable over here, but still I wouldn't be able to access it. Why? Because my organization hasn't subscribed to this facility or this functional area. Basically a subscription module. If I'm not able to see it, definitely my organization has not communicated with the salesperson or the people who actually deals with this. Communication and all for the Prism got it. Whenever I can, let's say if for testing purpose, they give me one of the tenant or we need to make sure. I need to come here, I need to function area and I can see now either Prism analysis enabled or not. If enabled, only then I can work something, otherwise I cannot work. Correct, correct. There are certain checks which discuss. First check is to that Prism Analytics is enabled or not. Prism Analytics enabling the function that we will be able to work. Here we can see the description that create, edit, update the data. Assets tables containing this. Basically, we are subscribing to this particular service of the Workday, and based upon this, it shows that these are this operational area comes under different domain areas. Yes, if you see this domain areas, going ahead, first of all, we enable the functional area that we will be using. Enable Prism. Prism will be available now. What do is we will use this domain to assign the security. First of all, we did this first step. We saw that enable functional area is now. It will be now visible to us and it's enabled. Then there are two approaches to enable to set up the security for Prism. First one is to create a security group from scratch and add the domains. And the second one is to use the existing security group and edit the security domain policy. Now we will take the first one, that what is the create security group from the scratch. What Workday recommend is to use the unconstrained security group or role based constrained security groups for the Prism configuration. And when the role based security group a constant is created, it is important to select role access. The second option, we need to select that role access. For the further portion, the support, first cover what is Workday. Recommends constrained and unconstrained. If you have idea what security groups, I will walk you through it, have a better understanding on it. If I see view security groups, there are different security groups available. It can, first of all, they are bifurcated on the basis of constraint and unconstrained. Constraint is that I will be able. to see the data of that particular role only, and I will be able to see that data for a particular hierarchy. I'm constrained to that hierarchy. Let's say if there's a manager 1 and there's a manager 2. Manager 1 won't be able to see the data for the second manager, and second manager won't be able to see that employees for the manager 1. That's a constraint model. But the unconstrained is that both the managers can see the employee data of each other's hierarchy. Then going ahead, the security groups are bifurcated on different models, such as aggregation of security groups to aggregate different security groups into one, which are used in creating integration or creating the security groups for the integration. Then there are condition rules. Then there are Prism access security groups. Also, there are role-based security groups, and there are different security groups. Let's say if we see the manager security group, if I access security group, tent is working a bit slow. Here is security view, security group, and security manager. This, all the things which we are discussing, this is a good to know information. You may not be using it, but when setting up, let's say you're not able to see any data, you're not able to work on a particular thing, then if this thing, you will be able to ask the security consultant or the data administrator who deals with all this data, or to grant you the permission. Here you can see the manager is a role-based constraint security group. Here, when we create a security group, this is a demo which I am showing you. But when you create a security group, which is role-based constraint 1, here the access rights to multiple job workers, we have to select role has access as to position they support. Here, what does this mean? This means that the person, the manager, one who has, let's say, 2 workers are there in an organization. Those 2 workers, he will be able to see it. Apart from it, he won't be able to see the other workers. We are considering it that the data is limited to the particular worker only, not the other organization. As we covered this part, we covered how we create a security. Means when we create a security group from the scratch, these things are to be kept in mind, that to use unconstrained security group, or if you are using a role-based security group, it will be constrained one. Then the second part over here, yes, the second part is edit security domains. To edit the security domains, what do is we will go to the, let's say if I have this manager role, let's say this manager is there and I want to edit the security rules. I want to enable the Prism for the security particular group. What I will do is I will click this action. One question here, the manager is a default one or somebody else created here? The manager is a role-based security group. Whoever person, let's say if I become a manager, it's in my role. By default, I will be assigned to that red security group. By default, the work that gives us few security groups which are commonly used, and we edit the different domains into it. Yes, do you want more understanding on the DOS security part of domain? I want to understand more on that. I will try to cover as much as possible because basically security is a very different concept. I will try to explain as much as possible. Let's say there is a security group. A security group will have different domains. Let's say worker personal data. Then there will be worker compensation data. Then there will be org view. And this is less assumed. This is a drive somewhere, something. Let me enable this. Are you able to see? Yes. Manager, security manager, role based. Security constraint in the last constraint. Here we can see that there is a security group with the name of manager, and that manager has enabled with 3 domains. Domains are what domains are. Particular, about the worker data. Let's say if we see about the worker, data worker might have 2. Many data associated with it. Worker might have personal data compensation, data friend, his address data. It has multiple things. But what if I want to restrict it to the particular data only? Let's say if I want to include workers' compensation data or I can remove it, it's up to me. And this also comes with view and modify access. What does this view and modify access means? Let's say if I'm granted with a manageable access, I will be able to view my own data, which is view and more view data, but I won't be able to modify it. But for my hierarchy, let's say if I have my subordinate, let's have 2 subordinates, employee E1 and employee 2, and I want to see their personal data, then it will be view access for me, but I won't be able to modify it. Why? Because I haven't get the modified data for it. Because it's the worker's personal information, my multi-audience information, and not mine. Now coming to the compensation data and compensation related data is that manager in that organization have that to do it, then here you and modify access will be granted to that person. Then let's say when the person goes to, let's say the manager when he goes for a performance review for his organization, for his hierarchy. Let's say he did a performance review employee 1, then he will be able to modify hit compensation based upon the inputs he got. Let's say based upon performance review, he is getting increment of 80% and he will modify it. Then or give you that the person will be able to see the org of it. Here we grant this permission. Now the security group is granted to a manager, which is manager 1. What I did is first of all, I created a security group. Security group is a bundle. Security group is a bundle of the domains that the person has, this bundle of domains which he can able to view or either view and modify it. Then I associate this bundle or assign this bundle to a particular manager. Now this worker will be able to access this particular domains based upon view and modify access. Is it clear? Any doubt in this concept? In clear, if you it out, you can ask me. Basically, it's creating a bundle which is a security group. And in this bundle, we will define that. What are the domains this bundle will cover based upon view and modify access, and then we assign this bundle to the manager or any user. This is the concept of security and domains. Domains are minute details of it. If I show in the tenant, it will be more clear for you. Let me show in the tenant. See here, you can see the domain security policy permission. Business process reporting. Here view only access is there. Exit interview we can modify. If a person is leaving from the organization, from the team, then the manager has the access to view and modify the exit interview of it. Then worker data any versus and birthday reports. Let's say here. Let's say the worker is there and the manager is there and he has some subordinates under him. He will be able to see the anniversaries and birthdays, but he won't be able to modify it. Why? Because the view only access is there, and which is also practically correct. Because the manager doesn't have to modify the personal details of the subordinates. Good. This is the concept of the security groups into the Workday. We assign the security groups by creating it and assign the domains. We discussed upon the two approaches. First is to create a security group from scratch, which is dedicated, such as Prism Data Administrator Security Group. We created a security group, Prism Data Administrator Security Group, and will assign the domains. What domains will assign? Will assign the domains which are listed in this slide. Prism Dataset create manage, owner manage. This we will discuss later, but this is the domain and domains which are responsible for enabling the worker to access Prism and work on it. Then once this done, then we are good to go with the Prism development. The second approach is use the existing security group. Let's say there's already a reporting administrator, a security group, and we edit the security domains into it. How do it? We will go to security, group this. Let's say we open a role based constitute security group. Let's say here's the manager, we'll click on it later. Action, and in red action we go to security group maintain. Domain permission for security group in the security section, and we click. It's loading. It might be the morning in the US. Too many people might be using. The demo tenant, that might be the reason, but with too slow. But no worries. Here we have mentioned the steps as that. When we do this, configuration over here, on this end we first of all access to all security groups and we access the security of our desired ones. Let's say we want to add it. We already have a report administrator security group assigned to us. We will go to it. Just we went to the manager security group. Once we go it, we click go to later. Action and go to security group and click on maintain domain security for the security group. Once we go to that particular domain, we need to add the domain security, the domain which we want. I hope this might be open. Let's reload it. Thank you. I think it's taking more time to load. But just for understanding, when we create it, we will under the report and task permission section. We need to search to add the domains in the security policy. There will be a section will be there. Report task permission. That section, there will be two prompts will be available. One will be modify and will be view. Based upon our requirement, we will add the domains. Let's say if we want to add this domain data set, Prism dataset create, then we will search that for the view section. Go to the view section and we will add that particular domain into it. Once we do it, it's open. You can see here when we click it, we are into maintain domain. Permission for the security groups. When we scroll down, we will be able to see the important tasks. Under this report and task, we have modify access and view access. Let's say I want to only give a view access for a particular domain. For my domain, if I see that Prism Dataset Manage, I want to only manage. I want to have you only view access to it. For that, I will search the Prism Manage over here. Prism Manage and add over here in my list. There might be some spelling mistake because of that. It's not coming, but I will be able to add it over here. And let's say if I want to create access, I will search for Prism. And I will get the modify access over here. Just this report management is there. The Prism will also pop up over here. Based upon our requirement, we will give the access depending on the requirement. Here and this, all things might change depending on the requirement as, let's say for now, this is list of only this. Many secure domains are there. It might add or decrease. Depending on the requirement, what happens is Workday might change it. And time to time, but to stay updated, you can go to community anytime and access that. The security domains responsible for Prism Analytics, it will give you list of your domains for which you need to configure your security group for. Once you do this, you need to go this. You need to the task activate pending security policy changes. I will show it how to do it. It basically activates the changes which we did. First of all, what we did is we identified a security group in which we need to assign the Prism security groups. Datasets we want to assign. After identifying the security group, we added a domain. We did the changes. We added the domain. And once we added the domain. We then activate the pending security changes. This over here. By accessing the task, it will show over here the comments that Prism. Domain name will come that it has been added to the particular domain. We can write out the comment, that test or whatever the comment is, or that they are for, or. Let's say we give a ticket number. The security consultant who does this, they give the ticket number that we are based upon the ticket reference of this ticket number for our for. A worker named Rajab, you are assigning the security, and after doing that new changes will be implemented in the system. And any doubt here? This is how we do the setup of the Prism in the system. Generally, if I am working on completely and Prism, then I don't have to worry. Somebody is already enabled, or then only I'll get, or no, I'm going to create my own. I know all these things and I am working on Prism. There is a small companies there. They had for me for Prism. In that case, if there's a small company, whenever any company implements the Workday from the beginning, what they do is they hire any company. This is a light IBM Accenture or Deloitte. These are the implementers partner for Workday. when we implement it, they show that. Their interest that we want to also implement Workday, they do this on behalf of the company. And they also keep a Spark person or a person who will take after it. They hand over it, they give the KT of it that in future, if they want to do any modification, you can do by this way. But let's say assumes there might be a case where, which is very less, but let's say if there is no one who will do it, then you can follow this step and you can do it. But there are very 0.1 chance that there will be no one to do it in the company. Because the security related things, there will be a person who will be looking after the security of it. Because if there's an issue with the security, whole Workday is of no use. Because anyone can see the data of anyone in the organization and the sensitive information can leak. But still, we are covering this up. We are just if you want to troubleshoot it. Let's say if you are not able to create tables into it, then you will be able to recall it. That, yes, they have covered this thing that if I'm not able to see, then there might be a chance that this domain might not activated for my security group. Then you can approach the security guy or security consultant and ask him to activate this particular domain for you. It's just for our understanding that if you're able to create a data set, but you're not able to create a table, then the issues with the domain, it's an issue with the security, it's not an issue with your system. Correct? Yes. Let's say here what we did is, let's say here we created these things. But let's assume in your case, which you discussed, I covered that topic over here. Let's say if there's a domain, there's the missing domain. Let's say if the domain is missing for Prism to Prism table create, you are not able to create. You are able to create data set. What you will do is we will access the task called domains. We will go to the Workday, will search for all domains. This is a report, Workday level report. It will show all the domains which are available. Here we will search for the domain Prism table create. We will filter this out. And as we can see, what to is search for the required missing domains. And then we go to the later action of the domain. I did the domain security, policy and data security group. How will you do it? We first of all filter out the domains by going to all domains tasks. We got the missing domain, that this domain is missing because I'm not able to create a table, and we click on it and go to domain and edit security domain policy. When we open this, it will ask for with security what permission should be given. It's the reverse of the thing. Either we can create a security group and give the domains to it, or we can go to the domain and enter the security group that with security group should come from. Here you can see there are already some security groups mentioned over here. When we create to edit, we can see report and task. In our security also, we will be able to see the report and tasks here. We can add the security groups or we can edit the existing ones. And here the implementer is there, resume is there. We can search for the manager, that manager over here. Now the manager will be able to also get input. Manager security group will be able to add it. or report administrator, we will try valid policy. They have now restricted this policy that it should be only accessible to these particular security groups only. Here we can see the list of the security which are eligible for this. Here let's say we created view as the view implement. We can click on it and it will show you that will give us alert that we should be given view, access or modify. But for it we need to give both click on view and modify, and within we will give, once we give it will be saved, and to activate it we will again go to the task active pending security policies in changes and comment or whatever the comment which you want to give and save. This is how we configure the security in the Workday, how we set up the Workday. This is security, but in terms of setting up the tenant, not a security, as in giving a security to a data set. This is a security in terms of not accessing the Prism at all from scratch. Any doubt? Tool here. Can you go to some domains you should write? One of the slides, there are some. These are I make sure these domains are enabled in, just in case. These domains are enabled, and then only I can do all these things, at least create, manage or whatever. Even if there is called tables, manage, or how that prism I need to be. All these basically complete set. Let's say this is a whole list for which the domain should become configured into the security in order to complete function into it. Got it. This is a minimum for Prism. Yes, minimum for Prism. Here you can see there are two very similar data domains. One is Prism Table Manage and Prism Tables Owner Manage, and the other one is Prism Dataset Manage and Prism Dataset Owner Manage. What is the difference between these two terminologies? This is also just for understanding. The person who has only Prism Dataset Manage, that person will be able to edit and modify the dataset which is already available, but he won't be able to delete or publish that dataset. But the person who has the access for Prism Dataset Owner Manage, that person will be the owner of the dataset. He'll be having the owner access and he will be able not only to modify and edit the dataset, but also he will be able to publish the dataset, and also he will be able to delete the dataset, as basically it gives a master access of it. These are the configuration done on the basis of the security which your company wants to give. Sometimes what happens is not to accidentally delete any data set. Some organization, what they decide is to only give the Prism data set manage access. And the table manage access means they will give all the access, but they won't give the owner manage access to the developer, because they might also delete the existing data set, which might create a big disaster. In order to avoid it, you only give this. But some organization there, what they do is they give a training in advance that the developer are mature enough, and they don't do such things. Let's say if you are in future, if you are able to only edit or modify the data set and you are not able to delete or publish it, or same as for tables, then you can come to a conclusion that you don't have this particular security for your security group. Your security domains are missing in your security group. This is the exhaustive list, which is this full list that by that you will be able to start with the Prism. If any of this is missing, you won't be able to completely function to the Prism. Can you share the details, the slide or that? I will share this slide. Basically, I am updating this slide based upon as we are advancing it. I will surely share this slide with you once it's done. But meanwhile, what I can do is you can take the snapshot of it. And if you want to practice, you can practice it. But within 2-3 days, or maybe by Thursday, by I think from Monday, I will share this whole slide with you. Because there are some new release going on, which released on this 27th September, which are to be incorporated in this sheet. That's the reason I am sharing it. If you want to practice it, you can take the screenshot of it, and as soon as I complete my editing, I will share it with you. Sure, I'll do that. I hope all the things which we discussed regarding the setting of the tenant and how we set up the Workday here, it's all clear to you. I have to practice. I didn't get some to practice today as we move ahead, we will see the dataset concepts. But before going to that, first of all, understand regarding the data catalogs. Data catalog is what data just when we create a report is already embedded in the system in the Workday. But data catalog is an environment that's what dedicated for the Prism Analytics working. When we go to data catalogs, we will be in a Prism environment which is very separate from the Workday. It is definitely integrated to it, but it is dedicated environment for the Prism Analytics working. Yes, I will store the navigation in it, or we navigate it internally. As you can see, this is a data get log. You can see it's very different from the environment which Workday has. Here, this is a create task from create. We can create a table or derive data sets, or this for base data set. These are the various methods as FTP file and custom reports, and data change tasks and connections. But from it, here we can filter it out based upon the tables or data set which you want to see. If I click Datasets, I'll be able to see all the list of the base dataset as the derived datasets. If I go to tables, I'll be able to see all the tables into it. If there's a case I'm not able to see my table over here, that might be sounds that a filter is applied over here, which is last data load, which is last 7 days. If the data is being loaded or data has been data set, table has been modified in this past 7 days, that will only appear. I can unclick it and then I will be able to see it. If I'm not able to see it, I can give the refresh over here, then it will refresh it. Then these are the connection and data change tasks. These are basically connectors with the tables and data set to update it with the latest data, which is coming outside of the Workday or within the Workday from report or any integration. Then the data change activities. If we see the data change activities here, we can see that. What are the activities? Is if any dataset data there is a data change into the table, and we will able to see whether that data change activity has been completed or not, or is still undergoing. By that, if let's say if I have any connecting sequence of it, let's say if the date table is not only updated and the rest data which is dependent on it, it won't get updated. That I can come over here, I can see if if I'm in report, or if I have any data output is coming wrong, then I can come and check that the still if it's in progress, and I won't be able to see the correct data. Likewise, here we can see the data set activities. Data set activities are which data sets are updating from it. Here you can see that people are updating different data set over here. And if it's coming from SFTP or file, from file that, or if they're successfully loaded. It's a frequency on a daily recurrence. Let's say if there's a daily recurrence and my 2 days load is being still loaded, then I won't get the correct data. Here I can also see that the role published is there or not. It not only see if the new data is being coming or not, it also shows me that published data sets. Let's say I published a data set. When I go to Dataset, it will only show me some certain records of that 50 up to 20K or 50K records of the data set. But if I want to see that how much total rows are published, I can say to a seat, or over here, I can see that one data or one rows are published or two. A 2 likes data is being published or not, and this is a Prism usage in. Prism usage, be able to see how much the memory is being used by Prism or how much loading capacity is being utilized by Prism. This matters a lot when we do the day clean activity, and a day clean activity is being based in the organization. We generally refer to this and we see that are there any data set which are using more space and which are not required. Let's say here I can see if I filter it on a descending order, I can see that this data set is using 156 MB, and I can see it's not ever published, but it is not only used anywhere, and I can contact this person who is the owner of this or the creator of this. I can say if this is not required, I can relate it by that it won't use much data in the Prism. The more the data usage, the more the tent will work slower. Here I can see 1.8 million rows are published. There are two basically impacts of it. One, the number of datasets which are created, and one dataset which is in published. The published ones occupies more space into the workday. Here we covered this whole panel. Here there are different datasets or tables which we can see. If we see over here, we can see this dataset here, that different datasets are the type of it. Derived dataset tables, or if I am able to apply the filters, I will show you. Base dataset derived from FTP. Base dataset by the file upload, or base dataset from Workday reports. Then these are the types of base datasets. Then derived datasets and tables. Here it shows how much recently it got updated and when it was last modified. This is the inspection panel. Inspection panel is seeing the details about the dataset. Let's say I click on this particular dataset. I would be able to inspect it in more detail. First of all, what will be the API name? Whenever you create a dataset, automatically API name will be generated, and it's a unique one. Let's say if the name of his daily cost estimated data DDS, and moving ahead, if I think of changing the name of the data set, then API won't change, it will remain the same. Here you can see the API name is this one, and the report name is something with a data plus driver. Both the names are different. Why? Because initially the API name would be different, and they might have changed it once the data set is created. We can change the API name, and this API is used a unique crowd of Workday and are used for calling the data, put the data using integration when required. Here again, also name the description of it, that for this, that if it's a base dataset, we might mention the source of the dataset, from where, what is the source of this data which we have ingested, and what this dataset it has. Data consists of, and when to use one question. Then when you're talking about the API, are we using API name somewhere else? Just it creates a bit. What exactly the importance of APIs? API for here is it's for indicates and purpose only. It will be used by the indication and integration team more when the integration they use the studio, especially the studio, not the EAB and core connectors. EAB and core connectors, the templates are already available. But when we are fetching the data using Studio, we use this API name. We call the API. For us, it's not much, for our reference only. But when they call it, when they ask us to give the API name for particular data set, we can go over here and provide this API now. But we don't actually deal with any API by calling or getting a data or putting any data somewhere or storing a data somewhere. Here we can see this. Who last modified it that if let's say someone did a change and now there is any error showing. Let's say here stage alert is showing I can contact this person, that what changes you have done to my dataset and the security to it. We can see the word security is being applied when it was last published, that we can see the freshness of the data if it is not been published in month and we have done the changes, then it won't add the changes into the published dataset. And we can see the dependencies. Dependencies as in let's say if this data is future connected to other data set, then we can see the dependencies of it. If I modify, I can know from here that this list of datasets will be affected if I change the dataset. Likewise, this is the import dataset that I'm importing data for this dataset from these many datasets or tables. If I do any changes in this dataset, then there are high chances that those changes will impact this current dataset. Here we can see imported by none because there are no dependencies. Then we can also tag our dataset. Let's say if I'm working for a project business for payroll, I can go to the dataset and I can tag it. When we create a multiple data set, you want to filter it out. We can see there are two main lists of data sets available. To filter it out, we can go to filter and we can filter it out based upon the payroll or whatever we were to give the name of it or the name of project. Data changes, data change task. What are the upstream data change tasks are going or downstream are there? Then we can see the fields, whatever the fields. Whatever this fields, this thing is covering up. This thing has account company call center. These are the fields available and we can see the symbol of it. This is a numeric field. This is a text field. This is a date field and this is a text field that. Oh, you will see now. Yes, this is saying in the propagated principle. The domain is the pivot, no longer should be used this. Domain, what does it mean? This is a domain which we are trying to add previously. Or how is it for you when did you encounter this one? I was looking into it. Maybe they're saying I should not. The domain is deprecated and no longer should be used. That's where yesterday we discussed about how to whether the mouse is enabled or not. This is enabled here, but it's still no. I want to see real time. I guess somebody is giving if they start working on Prism, if I see it. These kind of how to overcome what are issues here. It's good that you came across this issue. Basically, this represent that, as I mentioned, that the domains might change you. Remember I told you that the domain might change it depending on the requirement or depending on the new releases. Now we saw that in this case, the requirement has changed in a way that the particular domain has been deprecated and there are chances that this might be also replaced with some other domain in order to apply this change. What the Workday guys do is they don't directly do the changes because they have to many dependencies on it. They release one update player that, let's say, if they're deprecating some topic, what they will do is they will inform you prior to it, let's say prior to one update. let's say if they are deprecating in 2024 which is the current update which was released in September, they will let in the 2024 R1 update that we are deprecating this particular domain, and this is the alternate domain which you can opt for. Likewise, you can migrate from the deprecated domains to the new one. Always if because and always it's not important that you are aware of the new updates and all. For this latest information, you can go to the community and search for domains for setup being with Prismatics. In that you will get all the list of the domains which are currently used. Basically it's an example, it's a scenario where the particular field has been deprecated and then your one will be used. If I share my screen quickly, how often presentation? I want to see that. No, not I'm seeing your internet. Now I think it's here. Here you can see. Let me go to the security. Here you can see that the particular security is not updated. This, as I mentioned you, I'm updating the PEAT as this particular domain has been deprecated. You won't find this particular domain over here. Why? Because this domain has been deprecated. If you go to the community, you will find the updated list. And where is the community? And now we can go and set it. When you join any organization with the credential, the organization provide you with the community access. Community is a platform where all the people from Workday can ask the question, can refer the documentation of it, or to refer each and everything with each other. When you join any company and you ask your employer or your teammate or a manager that please also grant me the community access, they will provide you the community access. It's not you are able to create any account and get it for free, where basically the company has to buy it from Workday, that access, and they provide it to you. Got it in a dead? Basically, yes, we currently don't have as an individual contributor, but as we join an organization, they provide to us mostly. There are chances that every organization will give this content access. Why? Because when you develop we know that each and every day, every new thing will come, and work itself is very vast field. It's impossible for a person to know each and everything. For that, it is important that people search for the documentation. In documentation, let's say if I want to create a report or create any integration, the basic steps will be given. Let's say came across on a requirement to create any data set. I don't know at all how to create a data set. Then I can go through the documentation, how to create a particular report integration document that data set, and when I refer a documentation, I will be able to see the step by step how to do it. But it's a generic exam, it's a generic step, then I need to accommodate those generic steps according to my requirement. Let's say my requirement is to achieve a particular requirement, which is a business requirement. It can be different than from the other scenario. In that case, I can do such modification based upon my Workday knowledge, which I already have. But in case where I still am not able to resolve it, I can then go to community. I can post a question and someone else, the community, someone can answer it. People will help you out. That is how the common team works. I am the domain, and when I'm searching for data catalog, it's not coming at all. What is the reason? When this domain, I guess your data credential has been changed, or it seems a different credential. Can I take the remote access, please? And to check why I'm not able to click on anything. Oh, really? I have your full access. Wait, I will just keep up the control and we will go. Try to give again. I'm going. Maybe this I can remove it. No, actually, I'm trying to. Also remove data catalog, but I'm clicking anywhere, but I'm not able to do it. Can you follow some steps which I asked you to? Is it possible for you? I was looking at that. Maybe that's what first thing I was looking for. It was enabled when you mentioned the prism analysis. Maybe once it is enabled, I thought maybe it has to be available. That's where I mean. I didn't completely went over. You can check that first step. First of all, try Prism Analytics. Just filtered it, I haven't. I still. Page got refreshed, you can try it again. Prism table, delete table managed. Connection. All these there are no whatever all these. Basically Prism has been enabled, but there might be some security constraint. Because of it, you are not able to do it. Now the person which you are logging as you can go to the profile. Yes. And can you do a start proxy or can you on the search bar go start proxy? The first option which comes. Click on it and type Logan. Press enter. It take the first one. And now you can try and search for the data catalog. It seems strange because in functional areas also it's enabled and basically I'm not able to take the access, but generally it seems that it's not. There's some technical issue. You can write an email to the support team asking that the data catalog has not been enabled in my tenant or I'm not able to do it. And maybe because of some technical issue, I'm not able to take the access of it, but it seems that there might be two issues. The functional area has been approved, but the security might not be given to the security group. If we go to, can you go to Logan Mixon's profile on the hand side and go Profile? Yes, then on the left side there will be data actions will be there under the manager name. Yes, manage. Logan Menil only yes below that, same side below. Scroll it to the security. Sub. No, that's fine. That's fine. Security. Yes, scroll. Security profile and view security groups. View security groups. Now you can search for a security group as a HR partner. And that, yeah. And press enter. The first one. HR button above the copy one. Yes, select that and click. This is also a role with security group. Now you open this jar. Partner, which is in the blue and open in the new tab. This one. Change new tab. There is critical. We already get critical. Yes, now scroll down and below you can see you can scroll down. More. Yes, in the domain security policies, search for Prism below. Yes. Correct, click on it, profile, value and search for Prism. Yes, here you can see the domains are not added to that. Basically, the person you are taking the proxy of it, they don't have access for the Prism, and that Prism has been enabled for your organization means for the tenant, because you saw that a functional area has been picked. Data that is working, but the person, the Logan McNeil or the person which you have will not in as. They don't have this permission to perform that action. We can take proxy of some another person, and if that doesn't work, then we can approach that support team to add the security group for you. Yes, my knowledge also generally whenever. No, I started working on Prism. If I see these kind of issues, but I won't see these kind of issues in general. The current is correct. In generally, you won't be able to see this issue. And if you face this issue, you can contact to the data administrator who actually gives the permission to you or your manager. They might redirect to the person to resolve it, but because it's a security related issue and there are high chances, 99%, they don't ask the individual contributor to set up the security for themselves. One other question. When looking sorry, I forgot what to ask. In general, this is yesterday you mentioned for subscription based, all the tenants will subscription to get the Prism access or no, only some tenants will have access. Prism is not a default feature or it's a cloud, even subscription model, it is true, or if you have enabled that is not true, correct. Basically, it's a subscription fund. When you on the management level, when the business owners, when they discuss a way, they have a deal with Workday. During that, they mentioned that we want subscription for the Prism. If they agree on it, then and only then they will be able to provide the Prism. But then if it's then, but after that they also need to set up, they have to also implement it. That implemented team does it when they do it. Then when you click on the functional area you took market, it will be available for rest of the population and based and after not, and that only set up the Prism in your organization. Then it is not necessary that it will be available to you. It will be only available to you only and only if you have that security to perform that action. There's another. Now, if you want to see that, you can go in the search and see all the domains and from all domains. Yes, search for all domains. You will see that who has that security. We can go to all domains and we will see the prism. Create. If that particular security group has that particular person is, then that security group is assigned to that. You can take that proxy and start working on it. Click on all domains and then go to functional areas prism. I hope I answered your question regarding I understood. That's what I'm looking basically. You can search for prism. Click enter. Now see on the when the prism set the data create is there. Click on it, prism. Dataset create the second domain. Yes, oh I can't get here. Yes, on that prism, one only. Prism dataset create. Now here you can see allowed security group types. Role prism dataset. Only limited ones are there. And basically only few security groups types are allowed in it. That's the reason. And when you click the prism access security group, you click on it, you will be able to see whoever are assigned to that if the list is available to see for us. Basically, the security group has not this. Domains are not being assigned to it. You can go to including security groups, includes security groups. All the security groups are included in this one, all we see as you can scroll. And down and we can see here the issue is that someone who will have such access, that person will will be able to see. This is how we troubleshoot it. First of all, what we did is first of all, we saw that whether that function has been enabled or not. The function is prism and when we went to all functional areas or functional area, we saw that the prism has been enabled for you. But the security group as a user is not enabled. Not an issue. You can write an email to them, to the support team, and they will enable for you. If I would have access, I would have done for you. But as I'm not able to access, I'm not able to have the access. Remote access, it's not possible. Got it, got it. I'll do that. Any other doubt? These are the questions. I guess I had that now. What should I do? Say for somebody else give all these access or no, do we enable ourselves or those things I had. But we explained till the security setup till the RUES session. Now understand the dataset concept. Now we will go walk through that. What are datasets? Datasets is a description of the data. The data set contains the data and also this description of it known as metadata. Data, let's say if the particular data is a column with a numeric digit and it holds that, what kind of data it consists of. It's a numeric, it's fixed, or whether there is any processing or not. Prism, object associated with raw source data, also the processing defined on it, that what are in the data set. There will be different stages and it will mention that whether it's a raw source data or whether it's a processed data and what are the processes being done on it, whether it is blending the data or transforming the data. It also contains example rows to understand the data values. When you see any data, it will show us the actual. It shows the example of that data. Let's say we imported the data in lakhs. It will show us the first 20,000 rows or 50,000 rows based upon the limitations. I will able to see only that. Then we come to the types of dataset, base dataset. The base dataset consists of only one. A pipeline, let me show you in the tenant. Here we can see, here we can filter it out on the base of different data sets. If I open this in a new tab view, here you can see. This is a view window, and the view window, if you go to the edit option, here edit transformation, and I'll open the view of the same in another tab. Here you can see there is only one pipeline. If I open the lineage of it, you can see there's no any connections to it. There is no pipeline attached to it. Only pipeline is that it's getting the data from the Workday here. If we see, the type is base data set of Workday report, and when we go to this, we can see this is the edit. This is the edit window here. This is the edit window. We can edit the data set over here, and this is the view. This is a view display of it. This means yes, it's only one. There is no pipelines all the time, or only for this scenario of the whatever you choose, that is only one data. I know, correct? Yes, what happens is B is one pipeline, as in it only gets the data from any one source. If I see this, you can see the past data is there. HABI-DS test report, which is a custom report, is getting the data from the custom report. We know that if we export any data from custom report, it outputs as a RAS report, it outputs in XM format. Or if we mention any particular format into it. If we see, your doubt is basically that only word my place there or not. Yes, always the source of the BDS is only one. Yes, if you see it only have means it's only single data set. Basically, it's only have one data set. Just to show you how what I'm trying to explain, I will show you another lineage. You will have a better understanding on it. This is also an example of single one derivative task set. Let me check for other examples. They get anything. Here you can see these are the tables. These are considered the source of the data. But here you can see the derived data sets will have more pipelines. Here you can see one pipeline, second and third pipeline. Always the tables and the data set. We'll discuss the table in the later stage. But just for understanding that the derived data set will always have more than one pipeline. And on the other hand, if we see the base data set, it doesn't have any connections. If it has a connection, it will have connection in a way that it will be the origin one and will connect to the other one. Basically here, if you see the pipeline over here, it is getting the data. And here, if you see, it is pushing the data. Here you can see the table is not, it doesn't have any pipeline over here, but here it is. But here, When it's sending it, it has had one pipeline, second and third. Derived dataset receives 3 pipelines, but the base dataset doesn't receive any pipeline, but it is considered as one. Because the source of the data is from custom report, it is getting data from somewhere. Correct. All the time, custom report or anything for base dataset. For base dataset, it can be multiple. It can be multiple scenario. If I show you over here, the customer database dataset can be of different types. If I go as FTP file and custom report, the one we choose was, yes, we chose some custom report, but from for any of the scenario, including the tables, this all of them will have only one and one pipeline, not more than that. For one pipeline, what I mean is one source of data. When it gets the data, it's only the one source. But on the other hand, device-derived dataset might have more than one. Here also I open one DD's example, which is derived dataset. It is getting data from table. It is getting data from derived dataset and also one another table. Not, suppose whenever what dataset we need to choose based on the sources, then only go to who will create this. Neither we need to go BDS or we need to go DDS. No, we need to think ourselves and you need to start working on that. Somebody really provide that information. As a developer, as a Prism consultant, a consultant will be only direct taking. The decision that how we should create the lineage, this is a lineage. Lineage is a list of data set or a map which shows the flow of the data from one data set or tables to another one. We have to decide how we have to form it. Basically, this decision depends on the transformation or modifications or blending of the data. We do, let's say, if I want to blend the data with monthly budget to the 50-year calendar of the budget. Then here is the monthly data. Let's say January data is there and here the past data is there. I will merge it and will become a 51-year calendar day or maybe 50 years but plus 1 month. And then I'm also mapping it with the ledger mapping details over here. By that, I took a decision that I will create this data set. I will import the data over here and do the working. You will get more clarity once we develop it. Here we discuss that here. This is the data set and it has only one pipeline or only one source of the data. And when we go and we see, these files can either come from external sources or the output of the custom report. As we saw that this data can be of the custom report or the other sources. External sources are SADB and the file say or a normal file which you uploaded. It can be text, it can be Excel, it can be anything. This data set is only used to import the data. Import the data as in to ingest the data inside the Prism. Inside the Prism. Yes, inside the Prism when we import the data, we use this base data set. We also use table for it, but this day, if we say exclusive for the base data set, it is exclusively used to ingest the data into the Prism. The data sets we don't use for that purpose. No, got it. Here we can see the three types of methods by which we get the data. When we create a base data, set the files FFTP in custom report. Let me show in this tab. If I create any custom report, it will ask me the name of the source, that what is the source. And if I do the cancel of it, and if I go over here and if I go from file, it will ask me to pick up a file from a download. Directly, it is asking me to pick up the source, and if I go to this, create, and I go to derive data as FTP, that will ask me the source of that FTP, that what is the file name, what is the FTP address, directory, and the user. But when we created the derived data set, it will be ask me which data set or table should be fixed. Select the table or a data set. I think this point is very much clear over here that the data set, the base data set, is used for importing the data, the external data, external as in custom report in terms of custom report or in terms of the file or SFTP. But on the other hand, when we create a derived data set, the derived data set uses a existing table or existing base data set to enable in order to form. Now, comes the second topic, which is a derived data set. Derived data set is based on one or more existing tables or the data set. Here is the best example of it. Let me open it here. Here, the best example is this data set. It has one or more than different pipelines attached to it. It can pull from data. Or I'm saying it can be tables and the combination of tables and in the data sets. Correct. Correct. Either the data set can have only one table as an input. It can either have one base data set as an input, and it can have combinations of it. Let's say here it is a data set is getting different data from different tables, and it can have also different base data set with a base data set, one base data set with data set 2 base data set 3. Also, it can be combination of both that table, base data set and the table. It's upon a requirement how we are getting data in different form. Let's say here we are getting the worker data, here we are getting the vaccine data, and here we are getting the management level data and the other priorities. Here, because we don't have data in any single table, we are using different sources. And then in here we are blending that. Clear? Any? Confusion here? No confusion at this time. Yes, I hope that this thing is clear to you. Yes, derived data set is exclusive. As we saw, base data set is exclusively used to get the data from the data. From Excel, from external methods into the Prism, but derived data set, what it does is it is mainly used for blending or transforming the data. There's no another function of it. We understand the concept of the base data set and to the data set. Now we understand the data. Dataworks, a data workspace. Let me open a base data set for an example. Here you can see that base data BDS is their past data here. We only get past data as a server. And when you go to add stage, you only get 1, 2, and 3 options on the other hand. I will also show you in the desired data set, we'll get the multiple option. Why? Because the main purpose of the data set is not to do any transformation. Only purpose is to just get the data and just group by or filter the data if we want. And we also talk in detail about the manage field stage. But basically, we are not doing in transformation. But on the other hand, if we are doing edit transformation over here you can see if I go to H, you can see explode filter group by join, union, then validation, value mapping. These are the different options which are available. This is value mapping, is a new addition to the Prism. It wasn't available priorly. This is a new addition. of it which came in the current. Really correct. Also, you can see the difference between both the this book is this to both. This is a base data set. Here you can see the main stages, parts, and here for the data set, the first stage is import. For any of the data set, whether it is BDS or order, DDS based data set or derived data set, it will compulsorily have one stage, which one is this for. The base data set, it will always with the part stage, and for the derived it, I said it will be always import one. There are chances that this stage might not be there, but these are the most which will be there because of that this data set have been created. Over here we can see that, here we can see. This is the example, or here we can see the list of data available. If I give this is the here. If I scroll on this, I'll be able to see this is a summarized view and this is a detailed view. If I give the summarized view, I can see the number of fields which are available and the distinct values. Distinct values means the unique values. For the dimension value, I have 2, 3. At 6, 3 unique values and there are 0 nulls. Nulls in Prism, the nulls are the empty fields in the Workday in the custom report, when we run the report, and when there is no data, automatically that particular field is blank. But in Prism, it's completely separate. In Prism, if there is no data in the particular field, it comes as null. And here it gives me the top end value. When I click it here, I will get the details of it. I'll come to that later. Here in the dimension hierarchy, you can see the distinct values are 333 and 450 are nulls. And here we can see the top end values. Then same data. If we see in the detailed data, in the detail one, it is mentioned that the demo records will come here. We can see that 2, 3, 60 doors are showing. Over here, it will show me all these samples what I mentioned. This is a result for this. This is a report. Based upon this, I will be able to see what are the data are available to see. Let's say in dimension, I am not getting this data, or maybe this is interesting. I will go to understand it. And then when I go to the detailed data, here's I will get a panel. What is that panel? See, I plan list. First of all, review the pipeline list over here. When I click on this and go to the change pipeline, this is a pipeline list. Every data set will have compulsorily one primary pipeline, which is, and rest are the secondary ones. Just to show an example, the one which is showing over here, this is the primary pipeline where it is getting data for the first time. I'll show her here. Let me close it up here. If you see, this is importing data from GEM worker deal data, GEM worker detail. Yes, this is the primary pipeline of it. And 8 is the primary, and these are the secondary ones which are attached to it. Then you can see this is a join over here. If I click on it and I click over here, the vaccine data, this pipeline has been connected to it. Then let me give the cancel, and the third pipeline, which is the management, it is joined over here. JM management level. This one, always it will have one primary pipeline. Here what we saw in this pointers is that this shows all the pipeline which flows into the data set. In this data set, if we see, if the data set, we see that this data, this pipelines flow into this data set. It is not outputting it, it is getting ingested. Then here, within a given pipeline, you can view all the stages. If we see any pipeline here, we can see the stages over here. If I show you here in this pipeline, we can see the stages. If I am in this pipeline, I am able to see the data. If I change this pipeline, I will too see the stages for the respective ones. If we are into this one, we are able to see the stages. Over here when we go to this one, for base dataset, the part stage is the first one. For derived dataset imposed is the second, is the first one for the, then there's as inspector panel. Inspector panel is for when we click on a field, we'll open the inspector panel. What it will consist of? It will consist of the field information or functional library. Let me walk through it. Let's say when I went to this one and when I click on this data for seconds, this is the inspector panel. This inspector panel will show in the icon format what the data type is for this particular column and what is the name of it. Field type it. It will also show us which field type is there. Let's say if I don't want this field, I can click on it and this field will be hidden for me. I want it. It won't longer show it in this data table. And then we will be able to see the origin of it. What is this? The origin of it, that we connected 3 pipelines over here, but we will be here correctly in the last stage. But here it is showing origins from vaccine table. This table. From this table, we are getting this field. Basically is this join stage 3. We are getting this field. This is very important when we do any modification. It is important to trace from where that field is coming. Let's say I understood that this field is coming from this particular table. I can go and do the modifications based upon my need. Then this is the field origin, that let's say if it's a calculated field or it has been calculated from particular field, that field will come over here and here the median and the distinct value will show. Here is the data that these are the top values. Top values might differ based upon the data available. Here again, say 99 rows are available. Based upon this 99 rows, the top n values are this. This I can see. I am not sure if it is visible. Here you can see if I click on it, is it visible or it is too small for you? Visible. But even if we make little, you can see that. Let me make it little more big. Here you can see 16% values are with this particular date. I will be able to identify the trends of the data. Here you can see the for this is appearing 10 times, which is the 10% of the total data. And if you see this is appearing for 5 times. This is 5% of the total data, and this is the first one. It is appearing for 16 times and is 16% of total data. And if I want to load more details, I can see that as, and if I want to see the median of it, this is the median of it. Median is, let's say if the data is 1 and 15 and there is a date with 30, the median value is 15. What is the median? Median is in math. We know the average value. It's the average value of it. If I go to retail value, I'll be able to see the same thing available. Here you can see the median value. Here, the median value is not visible over here with some reason. Here only the 16 value is only coming. The median value is show over here to me. Any doubt in understanding up to this concept? Now we are seeing. And the giant one, giant 2, if you go to the previous slide, yes, this one. Here we have giant and we have giant stage to stage ID who will decide these ones. Somebody will decide, or now we need to. That will do that when we do the development. We will decide that when to use which stage. Let's say if I want, if I got the data from worker, but the data of the vaccine is missing. What I will do is I need to join my current data with the vaccine data. I took a decision and I created. I went to the add stage and I will add the stage. Discuss. Currently, we are going through the concepts. Once we start creating it, be much clear that why we use this vaccine data and why we only did the join and not the union. Good, yes. And then I think we covered this inspector panel and the pipeline. Pipeline is a data set consists of one, or pipeline is what pipeline consists a data set with one or more pipeline. A pipeline is a container of the data set stages that models the flow of the data and how it should be transformed. This whole thing is a pipeline which sends the data. Let's say I did a modification over here and it goes to the another derived data set. It shows me that this data set is targeting, transform, and all the transformation stages will go to another stage. Basically, our pipeline. Let's say here it is a base data set, but it's a table. But it is a derived data set, and here is another derived asset. This derived data set, what it will do is it will send all the data of all the stages, and will send all this transformation to the next one. It will understand to modify it and take the data, ingest it accordingly. The pipeline consists of ordered list of stages, which it says defining how to modify the data at that point in the pipeline. And every data set will have the primary pipeline. As we discussed over here in this one, it will have one primary pipeline, which we saw that the worker is the primary pipeline and the rest of the secondary ones. And the another point is that it contains the order of the stages. Order as in how. After the import, we ingested the manage fields. It takes it follows the order. After import, only manage field will do the transformation. And after the manage, the join is there, only join will take place. This order is being followed by this. Based upon it, let's say after the join I want to apply any filter, but what I can do is I can go to plus, and this plus I can give add and again filter. And let's say I want to add a filter with a particular field employee ID, which should be equal to 001, and I give up line and give that. When I do this, you can see that filter, that this after this filter says has been added after this one. But when I want to do a continuation of it, let's say I build a stiffer build this step, and I want to add it, I will go exercise over. Here I can add a field, I can add the stage work here, cover this thing in detail, but this is an example and it follows the stage. For now, if we remove this, let's say if these three things are there for now, the flow is it is joining this, and then it is filtering the data, and that is again joining with the additional pipeline. But let's say if we remove this and we follow the order, and after the joining it will do another join. It won't take the management because we are creating an order of it, but all the type is co-sequential, or they can be parallel also the stages. Yes, there's no parallel, it's always a sequential. There's no any parallel stage going on. In the underlock, it's always after management. After management, it will be always a join for this particular order. It will only take join stage 3. And after stage 3, it will take join stage 5. And here why stage IDs are given 3, 5. Why? Because to identify. See, here there are multiple join fields, but I am not sure which join in which I did first or which I did the later. For that, this is the reference that 3 and 5. I know that for stage ID 3, I have merged the vaccine data, and for stage joined for stage ID 5, have merged this management level data. Any confusion till here? No, that's good. When I do any changes, it is always important to save this. If I don't save it and let's say closed it or I refresh it, all my working will go. Now we talked about this one. Now talk about the calculated field, how the calculated field will look. Here these are. If we click on it, I will get the data in this format. But let's say created a field. I can get the data from here as, but in this stage I created two calculated fields. Let's say if I delete this stage, these two calculated fields will also vanish off because I have created the calculated fields in this particular stage only. Here I can see from this, I will see these two calculated fields are created vaccination status and management level. And if I go over here, I can also see my cal field and I click on it, it will redirect over here. And let's say these are the already created cal fields. What if I want to create a cal field? I will click on add field and here a new field has been created. And I can mention my logic. Here this is the formula bar. Here I will mention my formula based upon how I want to do the modification to the Kelvin fleet. And if I'm not able to create a formula in this one, I can always enlarge this and I will be able to see in a detailed format. And when I click it, you can see, find the difference between both of them. This is the one in which I will get this detail. But if I go this first of all, I will get the name of it. The field, type, the expression, the function, basically the formula of the calculate field. And if I want to hide it or not. And then the remaining one will remain the same at top n values. Then this is how much percentage this particular field consists of. Then this is the field info. But here I will also see the function library as I click over here. Function library, what does this function library consists of? This function library is a reference for us based upon different formulas. Let's say if I go in the date and I go to add date, I want to add the date. Let's say here the date. Let me scroll over here. The date is 3. And I want to add 1 week to it. I can refer to this formula function as that date add. When I click on it, I will get the description of it, that what this function does. The date add is a row function that adds the specified time interval to a date value. And this is syntax of it, that date add date and time, basically the date and time. Let's say this data and time field is there. I will mention that field over here. And the quantity, let's say I want to add the quantity. Let's say quantity F, let's say 1 and then the interval is week. I will mention a week. It will enter, it will return the value as per the row in the type data lit. Why the data rate? It's not converting it, it's keeping the date format as it is. There are some functions which also converts. That's the reason it is mentioned that the return value is in date. Only it doesn't change the format of it. This is an example that date add invoice date. Let's say it is a date of. Second, it's a similar to invoice date. It's a field and 45 it is. Adding 45, 445 and the inval days into it. Let's say if it is 7/3, 7/3/22 in 1. It will add 45 days into it and will get the changed one over. Here I can refer basically that this is a list of all the functions and discuss the most used one that at least often if we discuss each and every one you can see the each and every one will have too many details of it. Some are self-explanatory and I will discuss the most used one when cover the calculate fields. These are different functions. It depends on the different applications. Here if you see if we open over here, we can also access the function library from here. As here we can see that the case here, this case called field comes from the logical. Once a case, here the syntax is the case when then else condition, it's if and else condition. If the case when this particular is there is not null, then this particular will pick. This is how this is. What we say is that dataset workspace. the dataset looks this in this format, then discuss other stages on the next session. We are almost about to reach that time, but any doubt till here and understanding any dataset, workspace, or how is it for you? No, I'll go over again with our video and other things also. Only one question. Do you have any notes other than this? Do we get any book or somewhere? Or something to understand Prism or didn't? There's not any currently book available. But that's why I have noted this point in this particular presentation. If you want to review it, I can do it. From today, we will discuss on the dataset field types. There are basically when you create a data set. It is very important to understand the data set types in field types basically. Data set field types are of majorly 8 types. Integers, long, decimal, boolean, instance, text, date, and currency. Integers is a 32-bit integer, and it won't have a decimal into it. And the range is very long. It has given a range because it's a 32-bit. If I want to have a picker range, then I can go for long. Long as 64. Basically, you can see the length of the numeric one. Basically, integer long is 64. Long decimal comes under the numeric field type value. If my need is that I want a longer numeric value, then I will go for long. And if my is in within this range, I'll use the integers. Most probably it will fall under this segment, integers. But sometimes what happens is there might be some requirement where the financial data might go too long, or it might show error. Sometimes for a buffer, we sometimes also take long as decimal also. Decimal is also very self-explanatory that it's a decimal one. But here is that maximum decimal should be of 38 digits. 38 digit in total after and before decimal in total, but maximum of 18 digits. Digit after the decimal. If the maximum limit for 18 digit has met, then after that, I won't be the difference between 38 and 18, it will be around 20, I guess. Yes, 20. I won't be able to get the data after that limit. In most of the cases, we generally don't resist limit unless you work with any such. That is the thing. Boolean is a true-false condition which that is a 0 or 1. It's true or false. And then instances are there, and instances are basically instances. Let's say you work for Workday reporting. Instance is a one-to-many relationship. Let's say worker is there. A worker is there and the dependents are there. The value is multi-instance for worker to dependent. Because let's say there's a worker with the name of, let's say I will give name as Steve. Let's say Steve has dependent. One is her spouse, which is spouse. Then there will be Max and there will be Katie. Son and daughter. This is what one worker and man relationship. This is a multi-instance. What is single instance? That Steve. Then worker and his work location. Generally, when you work for a company, you generally have one work location and not more than. Let's say if Steve is there and his work location is California, then California will be the only one, unless there is a case where he has a flexibility working sometimes. What happened is that person might have different roles, but their primary work location is one. Anyone which is California or any city. Why? Because for the taxation, it is easy for all the calculation. It is very easy to have only one location in that way. Is it understandable? Yes, it's an instance it will have only one value for it. There might be chances it will have. But the primary, it will have one primary location which won't change. This is another example of this is that her is a personal home address. Steve will have only one home address and he won't have multiple home address that we can get this instant time. Yes, then we come to text. Text is a maximum length of 2147. It's a very huge thing, but here there are chances is that this text might also get this limit says may exceed us in some cases, not in daily operations. Sometimes what happens is people also use JD to extract the data, which is job description. Job description are lengthy. Still, this limit doesn't exceed. But sometimes during such scenarios, you might feel that it is somewhat reaching to that particular limit. Then there's a date type. In Workday, in a Prism, there is no that the date type is combined with the time of the day with fraction second based upon 24 hours clock. That means that let's say the date is there. Let's say today is 30 September. The date will be 30 September and at 4:12 am, which is midnight, it will come as Dalanzid. And if it's evening, let's say today, now it's India, it will come as 30 September 1814. You enter for the seconds, it will be in that format. It's a 24-hour clock for. There's no any date and time zone concept. Time zone is we generally know that there are data just EST, CST, IST, GMT time zone. In PISM still there is no any time zone concept for now. Then there is also currency format as currency which deals with the currency. But for that there should be a separate column for it. There is a specific settings which has to be done. What we keep in mind that we will see once we create the dataset. I doubt till here in the dataset field types. It's a straightforward. It's a fixed pretty few and read also you will be able to understand it. Also one more thing is rich text are also not supported. What are rich text? Rich text are also are known as the text type in which I can do the modification. Let's say this two are different formats. This is range from this particular value is in bold. If I also convert to italic it will convert into italic format or underline as rich text are the text which we are able to do the formatting of it. Yes, the bold italic underline that is not supported. In Prism, in case if you get in the requirement, you can just say that it's not supported. The text covers all these, the literal side, the dollar sign or anything goes to in under text. Yes, it will go or it will take all the alphanumeric values you can enter in text. What happens is sometimes when you enter, sometimes when you get the data from external system, Workday automatically tries to identify the data types and assign the data types automatically, sometimes in numeric value also. There are chances it might take in a text format. You can change the field type from the manage field stage and you can change it from there as, but it will consider number in text as. You have to let the Workday know that I don't want this one 3, 4 in text. I want it in into the integer, long or decimal, whatever format I want. Good. Yes, then we will come to the create data set. As we came across, we discussed that file. SFTP custom report will be able to create a base data set out of it. There are a few prerequisites which we need to keep in mind. When we create a base data set, the file which we upload, it should be maximum of file. Size should be not exceed to 500 MB and it was previously 256 MB, but now they have increase to 500 MB, and in such scenarios it might also, depending on the file format and all, it will go up to 256 MB. Only the preferred, it is preferred to zip large file to upload it efficiently, and zip is only compression format currently supported in Prism. It keeps on adding new types of zipping format, but currently zip is only preferred. What we will do is that semi file size is 750 MB. It will compress and try to zip it under 500 MB depending on the file size. 1 GB can be compressed completely. Find MB, but at an extent it can compress it. What Prism does is when we compress any file, it will automatically unzip and it will convert it and upload it into the Workday. Yes, one. Question. Let's see somebody is uploading. Now maybe the file is more than fine. They need to upload multiple times or the rest. Yes, that can be done by two. Concepts first of all is that they can have a multiple file, or secondly they can go for SFTP. Both are the options. If I am uploading the file from my system only, then I need to definitely divide into the different from segments. I need to break it up with 500 MB. Let's say I have 2 GB data. I can break it up in 4 files if it's my system. But let's say if I'm receiving, if I can put it into SFTP and I can pull it via SFTP, then the compressed file can go up to the 1 GB compressed, or if I'm going for uncompressed 1, it can go up to maximum 10 GB. It has some compressed. Got. And this is how I can do it for the files for STP, as I told you. 1 GB for compressed, 10 GB for uncompressed. The time for transfer should be less than 6 hours. When we give any files FTP, no matter the files is 10 GB, I should keep my server efficient enough and my file size is short enough, as small enough that it can be transferred from as FTP to the Prism within 6 hours. If not, then it will expire a hold the transfer and will eventually generate an error. Is that within 6 hours, or it will roll back 0? It won't do off. Let's say I'm uploading my file. It is taking no more than 6 hours. The file is completely rejected, or my partial data loaded. No, it will completely reject it. It will consider as that file wasn't received. It's working that way because sometimes what happens is it still depends, for there are two cases whether we replace or append it. If we replace it, then the data I won't find, because what it does is it removes the previous data and it replaces with the current one. First of all, it replaces the data and uploads a newer one. In that, if it fails, the data set will be completely blank, and the second case append already, the data will be there. It won't error out, but definitely won't have the updated data in your data set. These are the cases for the custom report. For the custom report, when we upload, it should be advanced report only. No other reports are supported apart from the custom report, which is advanced report pack. And the reports must be enabled as a web service and also enabled for Prismatics, where I will show you. Yes, this is an advanced report. If you can see here, the web service option, enable as a web service. It should be tick marked as yes and enable for Prism. It will be yes. Currently it's disabled. If I want to enable it, I can go to the custom report. I can go to the related action here and edit it. I will go to the edit option. And after going to the edit option, I will go to advanced, and in advanced, I need to come over here. Enable as a web service. It will ask me for web service API automatically. Namespace will come over here, the version. Let's say if I want to also pull this file via API, not in Workday, but the integration, I can do it. I will take market this. All things will be automatically generated, and I need to also enable for Prism as I will do this. Once I do this and save, then only it will be available for me in the tenant to work upon. Yes, let's go back. If you don't mind an audio, how did you go to that worker? Just use search in the tenant. This report, yes, I haven't created any report for now. I just randomly search for the any advanced report which was available. What I can do is, if I want to search for any particular your report, there's a task all custom report, all custom reports. Yes, I just pick randomly. Here I can do is I can type the report name if I know it, or what I can do is I can report type as advanced. Here again, selected it will only give me all the advanced report which are made in the tenant. I can also mention the date and time created or updated last. Here there are 2302, 232 reports, which are custom reports made in the tenant, which are advanced custom reports, not other matrix. Composite are different. Here, if I see this one, if I open a new field, a new tab, you can copy this custom report, save as a different custom report. Yes, it's custom report. We can add it and save it and make a copy of it. Standard reports, we are. There are two types. Espresso and expression report writer, we can copy. Edit the express reports, but we can make a copy of it. Report writer type standard reports, and we can do the working. Here we can go to advanced and we can enable as a web service and enable for Prism from here. By test we saw that the report type should be advanced report, and this two option enable as a web service and enable for Prismatics it would be enabled in this one. Apart from it, if custom report has currency field, you must select the show currency column option and shared with, and I will first of all show that as, let's say this is a compensation report. No, this is not a compensation report. Let me find an existing one. Let me check if I am able to put it on action even. Thank you. Thank you. When you open any report over here in format option, here in options, I need to enable it. I will show you if there's any field with the name of currency. Yes, there is a field with the currency. Yes, when you also enable this advanced report for web services, see here, you can see the web services in a list. Yes, in columnar field name will be there. Let's say employed is there, it will. It will also have XML allies, which is employee underscore it. It won't have any space between them. That is the thing which is a good to know. see show currency symbol or show currency code. Here it is showing we need to enable it. Once we enable it, it will take in terms of currency because in a Workday there is no any particular in present. There is no any particular data type as a currency. We need to add a column here in option into selected that we will be able to see in the currency format. Basically, a separate column will be created for the same. This is custom reports. That's why we have access to add the custom. Let's say if you are creating from a file or SFTP, do we need to change? How we are going to change in the file, or does it? Yes, for the file, it won't take it. What I can do is I can manage. It will be in a numeric format only. And in other column, I can basically enter a symbol for the currency which I am working for. But we can't convert the currency format into it. There are some certain limitations, and basically they're working for it. In a new release, they might include something, which by that the file which we upload, that can be also resolved for that one. Got. And what can be done is when it comes to Workday, we can use it for calculation also when the report get published here as we create. Advanced report data source, you will get a name PDs. Let's say create a data, publish data set. The data source will be, let's say, PDs all worker data. Then I can search that PDs over here. Here if I click on it, you will be able to see that here it is written. Let me show. Data source type index. Here it is showing index and there's some Workday delivered as that degree. But when you open for the Prism one, it will show us. See, but they only is over here. Workday owned. When you go for Prism data source, it will show as Prism enabled or some Prism. Name will be there. Is already published. Currently this worker name is selected. I won't be able to search it because there will be limitations of the worker data source only because already created. But once I create it, when I will use it, here the PDF name and the business object will be the same name. That is the thing we will cover in detail. No worries. When we actually work on it, yes, when we use any custom report for it, the shared report. The report should be shared or owned by the user who is actually importing that data from that report. Here we saw that this report is created and we go to share, it's not created. It's created by someone else and it's owned by someone else and it might not be shared with us. If it's shared with us or it is owned by us, then and only then we will be able to access it in a more efficient way. Yes, and here are the stages. Stages, what do is stages? We will walk and discuss together with other details. Let me go to the deal worker. Not bad. Yes, I will create a text file. Country worker, country. Or first name, last name, country location, and I will give I rotate, or let's say I had it. Or give me phone number, at least just for an example, phone number. Here, Steve. Morgan and location is basically, I'm not able to send any file to this particular server. I have to create it now, just for example, but in your system, you will be able to send the file and do the working. You want to say it, blind gateway. Hit J. I will save this file as a CSV. Save as here. Basically, what I can do is I can learn this PC downloads. Only I will save. We have to go. Today we are trying to create we will try to cover the how to create data sets and basic-based data set. In the data sets, what you can do is you can use this particular means. You can practice this one for from here and from file download test to open file upload complete. There is also a reason behind that file limit has to be limited to 500 MB because when you upload a file, it actually works in the background. That is the reason. See here, you can see when we create a report. You saw that when we create a base data set for a sample file, and I will also open the sample file for the reference and side by side, or else it will be reflected over here. Here you can see, is it visible for you? Here you can see it. We created Steve Morgan, California, US, and these columns are there. And after the parsing, it is very important here. The first concept of base data set is, let me show this one. The first stage of any base data set ARA, a parser, is automatically added when you create a base data set. Using external data file SFTP, it is a main one and you can't delete or add. Even I can't. To delete or add any parts data, it will by default there and you can remove or add a parts. Data set in between, as this is the main primary stage for base data set, not other data sets. Here when we see that Steve Morgan, we uploaded a file in this format and we saw here we missed writing New York. After New York, we forgot to enter the country and we directly write the phone number. Here what happens is it passed and it created automatically. It identified first name, last name, location, country, and phone number. But because I haven't mentioned USA, it has taken the immediate value. After the comma over here, it's the best example which you said that here it identified. Here, that it's a numeric value. You can see it's a numeric value. If I click over here, it's integer. It's a numeric value. Integer is also numeric value. All the things are text. Because the user was text, it also considered 360 value as a text only in some cases. A whole column is of in numeric format. There are chances that our Workday or Prism automatically identifies as a text. We can change it if you want, but in this case, we can't do it because it's a mix of text and numeric value. Now over here, this way, there is, once you upload it, we can't change. What is the next options? Though we forgot to add the continuum, there is a way to upload. No, we need to. Yes, we can re-upload it. What we can do is we can hear that is the option which you are seeing that when we pass the data and you create a data set, we pass it. The first is parsing. It will show us we can compare the value. The main motive regard for introducing this is phases that when you create parser data, it will show us raw data and we'll be able to understand how the parsing is done. Parsing is nothing, just a Prism way to identify the data and convert it and put it in respective columns. Let's say if I saw that this particular thing is wrong, I can cancel it and I can also correct my file again and I can re-upload it again. This is very beneficial for us to check. And let's say this is a short file. If the file is long, we can go over here. I can see that these findings. Here you can see the first name has 0 nulls. Unique values are 3. Last name has also 3 locations are also unique country. Is all unique, but because phone number is in 1 null value, it will show as 1. This is to identify the data. The main purpose of parts is to compare the raw file with the past one. And also on the macro to see the data, what is the data? Look how the data looks. And if I want to see the detailed data, I can click over here. It will give a detail. What we will do is we can go to cancel and discard and we will again correct it. And let me update as USA over here. And save. Again go to create and go to from file. Any No, there's a space in this test the file. One extra space, the trial space, the forward space. Automatically thinks it's a space. Can you come again? Let me open the file. Yes. See, there is space between compared to other one. How are we going to take this? That we can configure in the Prism itself. When I will explain, I will show you. Here, I intentionally kept the space just to show you. I will go to minimize and let's say I will create it. Go to file and I will upload the test file over here. Again, it will show me the file. It will upload the file. It depends here. The file size is very small. Over there, I can hide. It's uploaded quickly, but sometimes it may also take time. Again, you can see it's all correct now. Now I'm coming to a question in a minute. Here, first of all, again, there is a stage description. Here I can mean a name of state description. Let's say my file type is test, but I want to name something that what is that particular state is doing. I can mention that this particular base data set or the state is getting the worker personal data. Worker I can mention. Let's say if any other Prism admin or any developer is working on this, you will be able to identify that. What kind of data? It is because for now it is easily identical for us that it's a personal data, but sometimes the data is mixed of all and there are some genetic values with other values. The basic data employed in it all will be there by default. But what if it's mixed with other organizational data or compensation data? I can mention that worker data with comp data. That is the option. That is why I can write a description for others to understand. Basically, then again, the next option is row delimited. Select the character separates new value. Here it want to know that when it should get a new, when it should create, go to the new. We have mentioned any new line. When a line completes and breaks, it will consider that break as a new row. Basically, it wants to identify when it should consider new. Because sometimes what happens here, the data here we are getting it is in different rows. Sometimes the data would be continuous. What happened is it might be break particular character. See, I can click over here. It might break with a pipe or Control A or that different things, colon. It will Steve Morgan, California, USA. This number will be there and let's say colon is there. After colon Logan McNeil, Austin, USA will be there and then again colon will be there. Data is in one line and not break in line. I will let that know. See if I do this in colon and go to pass, you can see the data won't come in a correct way. you can see the data is in incorrect format because I haven't used the option. If I go here and I will mention that my data it automatically identifies. But let's say it's not able to identify. I can mention that any new line is a new row. Likewise, it will keep the data in the correct format. This is a functionality provided to Workday. Prism is very smart in this. It understands the type of data and do it automatically for us. But in case it doesn't us, we have this functionality to work upon. Then comes the field delimited. Here we saw that the field is there and the field is separated by the columns, is by delimitation comma. Here it needs to identify when to keep the data into the next row after Steve. Morgan is coming, whether it should include Morgan with Steve. Steve Morgan as in one column or it should be done in a separate column. The identifier for the field delimitation is comma. It might be tab colon, semicolon type or any of the option. Controller, whatever it is. That is the thing we can use it. The other options field name. Here you can see this data here. We uploaded the file this. The first row is first name, last name, location. But the raw data, it is only staying from Steve. Why? Because we have enabled this option that use value from the first row field names. That's why if you go to the parse, we can see that it has automatically selected the name of it. If I unselect it, be able to see that in raw data also. Let me see. See this? Show you the raw data. In raw data sets coming first name, last name and parts also. First name is also coming in this row as a data. Here if I select field name, it will automatically take the first row as a header. In simple terms, it will take first row as a header. In raw data, also that particular header won't come. Then escape character. Let's say if there's a line breaker or if I want to escape any character, I want to exclude it. I don't want that character to be included, but it's just in the file. Let's say if I'm commenting any data, I can include this backslash. It won't consider the value between that impact. Let's say here in Steve Morgan, I want to add any comment that this person is a CEO. But I don't have to consider it while working on it. I can mention that comment in the backslash. How it will write is I still Morgan. This is a backslash. This and CEO this. It will automatically consider to ignore this particular. It's a commenting basically. It will ignore it. It is a escape character. It won't consider it when it assigns a backslash. And it is not important. We only need to click backslash. We can see the list. Here the double quote is forward slash backslash and none also is option there. That we don't need if we have this 3 character in our list and there are chances that it will escape the character. In order to avoid, what we can do is we can use this none option. And why this 3 option? Because let's say sometimes we want data in double quote. Also, let's say if we are sending in data, let's say job description might, there are details of the job description in the worker. It's a too long text. And sometimes it mentions exclusive requirement of the job description that this person should have a good hands-on in Workday HCM. Workday HCM might be in a double quote. Avoid the escape character. We generally don't select double quote over here. Same goes to quote character. If you want to quote a character, it should be in double quote. It will consider that. To include, if Steve is there in double quote, it will take in double quote only it. Won't consider as a escape character. It will come in a quote rows to ignore. Here we have given 0, then your question comes, stream leading and trailing white spaces, the character. Here, if you see, this is known as white space. It is known as white space in technical language. It will prime it. If I won't prim, let me show here, it might show the type of character maybe if I won't trim. It might not impact you in the way you see the data, but in fact format, it might give in Teresa. I think in Teresa we have given. No, it's also we haven't given, but basically it is understandable. It will bring the leading and white trailing white spaces before this space and after this place. Let's say I give space and you give the comma. It will also ignore this one. That is the case in this. You need to select the option in general. Yes, we need to select the option. By default, it will be selected because there are multiple cases when this option is actually creates issue. But sometimes we actually intentionally keep that white space for any requirement. That's the reason. By default, it's selected. We can also undo it, unselect it if we want. Field value contains a new line. Let's say if any field value is there and it's a new line, it creates a new line, it breaks the line. Then I can click over here, rows to ignore. If I want to ignore second row, third row, and or 23 rows, I can name it over here. It will ignore the rows and will only consider the remaining ones. When I create, you see that it will automatically give us to pass, then go to. Next, it will ask for the name. Always it's a standard practice provided by the Workday to always name as B's then your name. Initials if you want, I will keep as DV I will mention and I will name worker. Data I can also here, if you see, I type it over here, the dataset. API will also come over here, dataset API. I can change it. Now see, I can change it. Over now it does. It shouldn't have any space between them. But if I want to do a separation, I can use underscore. But once I create it, I save it. I won't be able to edit the API name later, which is using integration. Apart from it, I will also mention the description of the data. Set what this data set data consists of, or if let's say in the previous one, what happens is we can mention the scale description that this is a worker data and you can mention that how we have passed the data, that's the date. The data was in other format and we will use this option. I can mention those details that we pass the data with particular options, but here we can mention the detail of that stage, that what that data set data consists of. Then there's a tag. Tag is for a reference. Let's say if I'm creating a project and or I'm trying with a project which is something related to learning. I'm creating a data set for learning. I can create a learning as, but let's say currently I don't have any, I haven't created. It's not in the list. Always I can type over here and it will ask for create. It will create from here only. I don't need to go again back and do all the process. It will create it for me and the tag will be assigned with personal data and see as we save it, we will see the base data set to be created in the system in the data catalog. Here it will show us in a view format. Here you can see that detail is there. Description is empty because we haven't entered the description of it. API name is over here. The integration mode is replaced. When we get in a new file, it will replace it, that we can change it if you want to replace. Or let's say if I again go over here and upload the file, it will replace it and would append it. That is, we can change it anytime when we want. then the tag and last successfully published. It's now published. Its creation date, created by and last modified it, and who modified it, and the data source security is applied or not, or what is the status is the detail will show over here, and here is the format of it. If I want to publish it, what I can do is I can go to quick action and I can publish it or upload a new file from here. If I upload a new file, I can. There are two ways I can in later action. In red action, I can go and dataset, or I can do the truncate or something that, or there's an option somewhere here. But generally the shortcut is this one, and we're going to go quick action, and you can upload a file, the latest data. Here we maximum. I can see the data sample as 20k rows, not more than that. And here is I go to activities. I can see if I have published a data set. If I come here and if I publish the data set, I can see the published request that is public on this date published. Status is successfully completed in progress or field, and how many rows published here. Let's say if that row data is, let's say here I publish the data and the data is of 3 row, the 3 row will come that the 3 row published, submitted by who I did it, or I did a schedule of it, or how. This is how we create a derive based data dataset in Workday using any questions still here. It looks good, it's good, I'm good. When we go to edit option in the base dataset, I will click on this. I will click on it and dataset, and here edit transformation. I can also go to view lineage. If I see view lineage, I will also nothing. Why? Because we just created a base dataset. It is not linked with any other thing. That alone dataset will be. We are only able to see, and always the base data set is represented by the line blue color over here. If it is a derived data set, it will come as an orange color. It is the lineage. Also, we can see the field types and all how it is connected on whatnot. If I go to here, I go to edit transformation. It will open in the edit format. Here I created the data set I imported. The data. But what if I want to do some modification? Here I can see the past. Let's say I created data, but I forgot that here I in hurry. I did a mistake and I'm getting the incorrect data. I still can go to the past stage, which is the compulsory one. I can't add or delete it. I can go to edit and I can do the changes what I want over here. Here. Yes, I can see it's an old video window which we saw the past stage. I will go to cancel, and this is the one. Now there's an option for add stage. Add stage. When I click it, I will only get the data for filter group by and manage free. But when I will go to derive dataset, I will give the multiple option that I will cover when we will go for derived datasets. But just for understanding, filter is filtering the data for a particular value. Let's say I enter the value for filter. I can go to filter and here it will ask that if all or if any, if all it should. Let's say I mentioned 2 conditions. Does it want to filter on all the condition or if any is met? Let's say if I create 2 fields, that let's say one field is location is equal to California. And I add another field which is based upon our filter. It automatically got this one. See, it filtered out the data. I am not able to see the rest fields. I think it got hanged. Add filter location is equal to California. Apply and I will add another field which is first name is equal to. There is sum and apply here. If I apply, if I have selected, if all, I am not able to see the data. But if I say if any of the filter condition met the filter, the data should be get filtered out. I will get a 2 rows. Why? Because this row I am getting because location condition has been met, and in the second I am getting because the second this condition has been met. This is the difference. And if I click all, if both the conditions are met, then only I will see the data. I will give the done and I will see that automatically. The stage has been added over here. But let's say if I created this filter stage and I forgot, let me do it. Let me remove it and edit and is not null and apply. Let us see that we did. We create a filter stage and we forgot that we changes you made not be saved, cancel. Yes, you saw that we added a filter stage over here and our data will be filtered based upon the criteria. Didn't got refreshed. I need to do it again, filter at stage, and I will just mention a normal. Condition now, just that the data is very limited and we don't want the data to be too less. For us, I mentioned the user condition which is met by all. I create a filter condition over here. I will give first of all here. If I won't give save, all the data will get refreshed. All the working till now, it will get saved till here. Once we do the working, I forgot that. That before filter condition, I need to manage field. I do. I need to do some changes. What I can do is I can add or insert a new stage. It will come between filter and past it. Let's say manage field. What is the purpose of the management? In management, we can rename the field type or I can hide. I can hide and remove the this. I can hide and remove the rows as here. If I show you the theoretical ones, you can see that manage field, change field names, types and visibility. If I show you over here it changes field name, type and visibility. The type we can change it. Currently, I can see that the first name is in text format. I can change it to other formats. Boolean, integer, long double numeric instance based upon site. What I did is I can change the type over here. I can change the name. First name, I want a name as legal name. I can do that. I can change the name and when I do it and I click outside, I will be able to see that when I give done or preview, I can see the changes applied over here. It's still not saved. If I give done and save over here, then only my working will be saved, but I can preview my working. Last same also I want to give legal names. Also, it will give me error. Why? Because I can't create a duplicate name and let's say I created legal name 1, then I can name it and I give preview either both names are over. Here, this is what I can do is I can change the name of the field. I can change the type of the field and I can also, let's say, if I don't want to see these two fields over here, I can hide it. Let's say whatever the input type or something, you changed it again by chance, you need to reload the file, it won't overwrite. This will start. What will happen in that scenario? Yes, cool question. Your question is that when you pass the data, your field is first name, it will automatically consider when I go to, let's say manage field over here, manage field. Here input name will remain the same first name, but here the output name, it will all automatically but converted to the new name which you want to give. That is what the meaning of stage is. A stage performs a single computation function such as joining date there. Data or parsing the data. A stage is a pipeline object that takes in the data, transform it some way and output some modified data. The previous data will be as it is because I know that my data will be coming in the first name and I want to change the legal name. That's the function of that particular stage is to maintain the previous data as it is and change it for the next data. It might impact in one case. Let's say here I have mentioned country, and let's say if I change the name of country as let's say country slash, I can say contractual country or work country. And what I will get an error over here because in this state I have only mentioned country. The prism will get confused that you entered country over there. You entered the filter condition country, but I'm not able to find any field name with the name of country. And please correct it, and this is the error. Here it will impact. But when we get the pause data here, it won't impact. Here, the work country will be there. It won't impact. It will see here. Still the original name will be there. Input name is country and output name is changing. Basically, it's a processing one. Input country, output work country. It works as a converter basically. When we get a current from AC and we current to AC. DC current. Let's say we have a mobile charger. It converts the type of the electricity we receive. It's a converter. It doesn't forget the data, that type of electricity it is receiving. It is similar way. It won't forget the type it is receiving. It works as a converter. Got it? Yes, that we can do it in this state. Also, we can move this file. Let's say I don't want a first name over here. I want the country on the top. I can do the multiple selecting, and if I don't want to do multiple selecting, I can only select one over here. I can select move row. For the generics are move first and move last and move row. After which one? I can mention after first name, last name, and I want to keep on top. What I can do is I can go over here and move first. This is how I can do the formatting, as this won't change the data which I'm getting from above one. It won't affect the data which is getting from here. It will impact the stage, which is the next one, which is the filter one. I will be able to see the stages over here. Find out here, yes, I will also quickly cover the group by. Group by is basically here, if we see the definition of the group by, it reduces the number of records by summarizing the group of records within the data set. What group by does is it summarize the data. Let me go to the tenant. I go to group by. Group by, I will choose by how we want to group it. Group by country and the count of the people. Here you can see it is summarizing the data. I won't get the details over here and here. User is there and count is 3. Yes, here it is very here. You can see that I am not getting 3 rows for each one. I just group the data based upon the country and I'm getting the total number of records for that country. I can summarize that it's not only one. I can do the multiple summarization but here as we don't have many combinations of it, it will give us 3 rows because we don't have that different margin data. It's a country and that there are different. Let's say in USA that too, a people with the name of Paris and here count will come as books, but because we have the unique one, it is coming as this one. Yes. It's a grouping. I can delete it and I can do it. Any doubt till here? For good. And apart from summarizing, what I can do is I can go to add summarization. Here I am getting the count. I can go over here. I can get the sum. I can get the maximum value. I can get the average minimum. If I give the minimum of what? Phone number. It will get the summary is a phone number. The minimum phone number value, because here the phone number is in a numeric one. The shorter the one, 2, 3, 4 is the shorter one. It is getting with this one. If I get the maximum or the sum of the phone number, it will sum all the phone numbers for me. Let's say it's not a phone number. Let's assume it's a total basis pay of the 3 workers. It will sum over here the total waste pay. I will be able to understand. I am paying 3 workers total 1 lakh or whatever the amount I am summing up, but I can do the average of it as let's keep as a count over here and give them, you can see. I will quickly give save cancel switched. I'll just take 2 minutes just to summarize it. That you will be able to practice it until the next session and we can cover the data. That DDS is a data set in the next session. Let me go to edit the transformation. Thank you. Here you can see it is grouped by the country. Here you can see that if we see the first, this manage field, I can see these columns, but I modified it over here. I'm able to see this and in group by stages, it is this. Basically, you can see in each stage it is getting the data. It is doing some modification that stage and outputting it to the data. This one basically for this stage. The input is parts and output is the filter stage. For filter manage fit is the input one and output is the group by. Likewise, I can add as much as stage as possible depending on the requirement, but maximum I can add means maximum, as in I can work between 3 filters only. Not more than this, because I have only this option for the base data set. I'm seeing 10 and now I'm doing slides. Are you able to see the presentation, people? Yes, yesterday we covered let me open the catalog, and when I will continue, say yesterday we covered the creation of base dataset and what are the workings in it. We got all the topics and we saw that how are the stages being configured into it. We will search. Have we given it a tag? Mine is an RV something. You have given it RV. The first one, I don't know. PR, I think it might also get refreshed. The same parent. Yes, BDS RB somewhere. The next one, the third one, RB. RB to worker data. This one, let me check your working and then we can move ahead. And we also open my data set. It will also take time to work. Basically did the same type of working. Exactly same. Only I was saying I deleted the event stages also. Just characters. You pass the data and your data passing was employee name, first name, last name, location, country and phone number. It actually seems good. Correct. And basically, you understood the concept of this one. There's no confusion. No confusion there. Moving ahead, we can also change the dataset name. Let's say I want to change the base. I can click over here and I can change the name. But here, when I change it, I won't be able to get it again. Because let's say this API name, I won't be able to get the same. I went once we create while we are creating. Also, we discussed that when we create a data set, we can change the name of it. But the API name, we can't change it. That is the thing. And let me go to this one. And we saw. And it seems that you also published the data I published. I thought maybe let's see how it happens. I just looked, not an issue. It has said the transformation will go. Once we published, what else we can do extra? In this case, we didn't publish in this day. Once you publish it, it will be visible for here. Let me go to BDS. Let me show business object BDSIB. See external data of business object. BISM, whatever you created, it becomes a data source and a business object. The name of business object and data source remain the same. See here you can see with all the fields and country, and it took field type as text to numeric text, that data source. BDSRV worker data and its primary business object is BDSRV worker data. Prism and categories, previous analytics and data. Source type is Prism. Basically then ask when I create a report, I can use the same data source. For my own working, basically we're creating a data source. That is the thing. I will remove these stages from my list that I will be able to do some modifications to further stage. I'll do it over here. And I have also tried to create ode, but it's still incomplete, and I will still check if I am able to create it. And then we will cover the derived datasets. When we go to derived dataset, when we create, go to base dataset, we will get this 3 option to do it. But for derived dataset, we won't get it. When we click on derived dataset, it will ask us to select what kind of, which please select a variable or dataset which you want to use. What it will do is it will use the output of the base dataset as the input of the derived dataset. In our case, we will select this one and click with I can only select one at a time. I can't select multiple at a time. You can see I can only select one at a time. I will select when I select. It will establish a pipeline. It will establish a connection between them. Here we will name as DDS worker data and reached, and that tag will be won't give anything. I think we also didn't give here also any tag view data. And personal data, it's with personal data. Give it personal data and same. As you saw, the process of creating a derived dataset and base dataset is a bit different. What is the difference? When we create a base data set, it will ask us for SAFP. If we go for SIPE, for file to life, a file for custom report, fast for custom report. But when we do it when we create a data set, it will just ask to select a data set. Data set can be a Derived dataset. It can be a base dataset or it can be existing table. It can be any of the three of them. Now, I want to go to edit. I go to edit and see, as you can see here, the difference. And between this, we are getting past it as the first, but in the derived data set, we are getting the import stage as the one here. You can see I can't remove it here also. I can't remove it if I add the stage over here. Let's say add a filter over here and let's give manage field here, manage field. And I did done and I want to remove it. The dustbin option is coming, brush button is coming. I can click it and remove it. But that same stage is not coming for parts or import. That's why we can't add or remove. There's already one important parts data. Import will be in the data set and parts will be in the base data set. Here when I click to and add at stage, be able to see different options available over here. Different options has different working. The most used are the filter, row by join, manage field union. These are the most used one at the unpivot validation value mapping. Explode are very less used depending on scenarios, but these are the one which are mostly used. We will see the join, one, and we will see select pipeline. When we do it, join that. Basically, I will show you the here that filter manage field is there. Join what? The function of join is join. Connect to dataset by most. Merging by merging, matching rows and appending the column. Here there are 4 types of joins. One is means join general. The meaning of join is it will compare both the data set and will pick the only columns which are similar in nature. But what is full join, left join and around join? Full join is it will merge the data of all the. What does that mean? Let's say there is a data, there is a column. There are 2 reports basically. One is employee employee, then first name, last name, supervisory organization, and there's another data set which has employee. Add and let's remove super here and mention location. Let's say here it is mentioned as support company. Then country we can mention here we got this one. When we go to the join here, full join will do. Whatever they do is when I will do a full join of it, it will create this employee ID. It will take all the fields from this and do this and also this field from here. To this, it will merge all the things together. That is what we do in the full outer join, but in left outer join, what do is we will only pick the matching files and we'll key and we'll get the data of all the left side, and side is exact opposite of it. What is it we will discuss? Let's say here we are matching the fields employee, employed is there. This is an example of full joint. Then there is another example of a join or left join. We'll cover first left join. Here let's say there are one thing where there's another one. Thing in common first name. What do is here we will get all this detail of the left one, but we will only get the details of this. We won't get the details of this table. Why? Because we will only get the common fields of it. Let's say here there are 3 records and here also there are 5 records. 5 records are there. It will get these 3 records, but it will see that it has any unique ones or not. If it will only match it and only bring the which are the matching ones. Let's say the key. We use the joining key as employee. If employee matches, then only it will give us that particular detail of it. Understanding practical. Let me see if any. I will use your data only for it. Add pipeline. Here I can do the comparison. Here is my data set, which has 3 workers, and your data set. Can I edit your data set? For no problem here, please go ahead. Yes. I just need to remove one stage from it. Country. When I do it again, in here, go to cancel. Join pipeline here. Here it will ask me for the comparison. You can see B is DB worker data and buys are this data. I will be able to combine it. Then what I will do is I can match the rows. Whatever it does, it specifies the condition that will define this joint. To get the accuracy of the data, what we do is we generally get the data of it. Let's say that if we are combining this, we want a key. If we won't give the key, it won't give us the accurate data. Let's say here we are using the key as a first name here and first name here, and we are selecting a left outer. Join, here you can see it will ask here. Both the names will come first. Name over here and first name over here. And when we do a left outer, join, specifies field from both input data set to carry to the new one. It will get the data of all the left fields here. Select all and only from this one, the required ones only. Let's say I only require all the matching ones. I will do the working. Here they see there is no unique field actually. Employee ID was not there, I guess. Refreshed I don't have employee ID. We can pull the employee ID for that workers. I got refreshed. We will try again. Join pipeline. I will be this one. Select. And first name from this. And first name from this. Then left auto join. What it will do is, I will click left auto join. It will by default select all this. In this end, I am not sure why it's not working. But when you do a left outer joint, you select all the columns of the left one and only the required ones on this one. Here it was asking that first name will be a duplicate copyright. First name is also here and first name is also here. What do is remove the unwanted one and only bring the wanted ones, which is employee ID, and click on the click done. Once we do the done, here you can see my dataset in your dataset. I will get the result of the join and I can do the preview as I did the preview, and in preview it has added with the employee ID with the matching number. You can see that I didn't have the employee ID from my dataset. Here you can see it. I have only pulled this employee. What do is it will do the matching. Teresa, it will find Teresa in both the ones and match it and will bring the matching field 5 over here and this. Got. On the other hand, if I go for outer join will do exactly the opposite. It will only select only the limited information from this, let's say any country and all information from this one, and other hand full outer join the purpose of the full outer join is it will get the list of this. As this, all the fields will be there. Let's say here 5 fields are there and here 6 fields are there. I'll go out, I'll get all the details, but in the join it is very important to establish a key for joining it. What is the key? Is matching field. It's a teracy. Is there. It is also teracy. Is there. There is a stress. Is here. There's also. Here, I will match first name with the first name, and when that match founds it, you will pull the data for other columns. You can see I didn't had previously. I didn't had the employee here, but because it was matched with the U or data set, I got the employee ID for my data set. It is important to have. The more the number of keys over here, the more I get the accurate data. Let's say I got his last name as, the data set won't change. It will still give me the output for the requirements only. Here, let me select this. If I preview here, you can see the output won't change. It will be the same as it is previously. The 3 rows are only there, but it will increase the accuracy of it. Why? Because let's say there are 2 Terrys. One is Terry's Monk and the other is Terry's McNeil. If it does join on the name of first basis, only then it will get confused which value to pick. Because there are 2 terrorists, other 2 first name which are same and is matching in this data set. To increase the accuracy of the report, I'll add another that with the first name also match the last name as. It will not only match the Terrys in both the reports, both the data set, but also will match the last name. Here Teresa Monk is there and here let's say Teresa McNeil is there for an example. It will identify the uniqueness and only join in that condition. Any doubt in this? Particular thing that in understanding the concept of the key, what is the importance of the key and why we are using it. Clear, it is always preferred by the Workday. If you are not sure, let's say if I'm not sure what keys are matching, let me remove this. I will ask for the suggestion. What you will do is suggestion for join key. Here you can see the Workday suggests from their end that locations are matching. It is 60% matching for a prime. This first name are also matching 48%, and this is also matching. Sorry, there is a space between first name. Yes, first name and first name is, but it won't match in that way. Let's say the first name, the name is different. Let's say your only name is there, but it will not match with the header, but it will match with the content of it. Yes. Basically, let's say here, let's say change the name of here. Let's say I go to manage field. No, this is my data set. Let's go to data set and change the name of it. Editor. Transformation. This is very important one because people generally get confused in this. Let's say if I am only giving name of it, nothing one. Or let's say if I'm giving only for F first name, definitely Y, it's an I give done this. Change will automatically reflect it here. This one, let's make it cancel and do a join over here. And select the pipeline and another pipeline, and with the data of yours, I don't need to do it manually but I went outside of it. I need to do it again. See here you can see first name is coming into refresher. I think yes, I will hear it. I forgot to save it. I forgot to save it. If I don't save it, it won't work. I will give cancel. I will do again. Join and select the pipeline. And here you have to join and ask for the solution. You will see that first name is with an M. It doesn't compare with the name of the column, but rather what I will do is first of all, it will compare with the data type. It will only compare text with the text, numeric with the numeric ones. Once the data types are matched, then it will see the content of it. Here it is checking that 48% names are here are equal in both of them. And I think it's because see 3 names are here as and 3 names are here as, but additional 2 names are there. It is finding 40%. Also in terms of location, there are 3 locations here and distinct 3 locations are here. There is only one, the location, which is unique. If you match it, then it will find 100% match. And here, when you created this, let me close this one. In my data set, if you see California, Austria, New York was there, but in your one California, New York, Austin is there, and what one more is there is California, New York. I think it's same, yes, but it has find the match, but basically it's 60% matching because 3 distinct are over here and 3 are over here, but the data rows are different. Here there are 3 rows and here are 5 rows. I can do from primary location as, but location can be same. There are 2 Teresa Monk and Teresa McNeil. They both might be sharing the location as California. That is not the correct key. The correct key is to compare the first name, last name, and employee ID. If I have employee ID, if we say what in practical scenarios we do. Let's say when I do a working, let's say I will give you a practical example that I will show you in here. What we do is we create a data set, which is the name of the data set is SDS. What is this? We will cover it. Basically, it's a data set which will only. It's a type of derived data set only, but we name it SDS that it is a shared data set. We can use it with others. Cover it in the further session. Nominative list. Nominative list is what? Nominatory list is a generic data. Generic data means it will all have all the PI data basically of the worker, including his worker employee, first name, last name, organization manager name, phone, number, address, everything will be there. Every field which are connected to the worker will be there. And there is one DDS which I just created. This is existing one. And this is I created DDS worker data. And it will have only 3. It will have only employee ID, employed, and first name, last name, and vacation dates, vacation start date, and vacation date. You can see here there are, I'm not writing because it will be a long list, but consider that it has these 3 fields, but apart from this field, it will have support. Let me write it down anyway. Company, it will be easy for you to understand company. Manager phone number, country location, and country. What happens is I got a data from any external system which only comprises of this much information only. But what I want to do is I want to get additional details, just support company manager from where I will create a beads first. I will ingest the data. Then I will create a data set, and that data set I'll join this field with this field. The join will be if I create, this is a left field and this is a field, then if I do a join, then I will get this field, this and I see all the fields from the one and only the required ones from this one. This is the practical scenario which actually we work. We already have a nominatory list. Nominatory list is nothing. This name and this naming might be different in each organization. Basically, we have a shared data set which will have all the details of the worker. There are no filter condition, there are no any criteria, there are no modifications to be done. It's pure data. And why we use this? Just we use it to join and union it with the data set which has very limited information to it. And it happens that when we get the data, I recently was working on a project with a hybrid working. We were getting data from SAP, and in that the detail were mentioned that employee was there and the name was also not there. Only employee was there, and the only employee will be same in legacy system as in Workday. There won't be change in the employee because the people who are working, the employee won't change. And therefore January month, how many days they came to the office and how many days they were working from home. Then I created a data. I got the data. I created a data set with that hybrid working information, and I merge it to get the worker's name, first name, last name, what are their location, because in my data set I don't have their location as with me. Identify that, which country is working hybrid, which work is working full time. I'll be able to achieve that via this functionality of join. Any confusion in join? No, this is the go back to the Excel sheet. Yes, yes, now when we are the STS nomination list, we have some columns and join. When you have a join only 3 column, we should come phone number and location country. Our only use of support company manager, join is nothing, just that the let's say left join is that if we do the left join, let me show over. Here DV worker is worker, data is there, it will be considered as the left data set, and the one which we are joining it will be considered as the one. In this case, if we are doing this if it's, let's say this is this control V, control X and control V here. Let's say I have to do a join. Why? Because I will be doing I will create a derived data set from worker data, and this is a standard practices. We always use the derived data set as the left part and this one as the part, because if we see the lineage in lineage, it will show that the data how it will flow. Let me show the lineage if it is saved. Let me show you the lineage of this. Have an understanding lineage. I haven't done a join. Let me quickly do a join of it. This is the one import. Let me close this. Leave join. Select pipeline RB this data, and it will be first name, F name, and I will. Add another one which is last name and last name. From this I will select left outer join. All the fields from the left and only the fields of employee from here, and done. And I will give save. Once I do it, I think it's got saved. I will give a refresh over here. You will find some change in the lineage. Here you can see you will find some difference in the lineage. This line is straight and this is. Going this, what is the meaning of it? The meaning of it is that this is the primary pipeline flowing, and this is just we are adding from externally. Basically this will be considered as the primary working, and all the things will get added from here, from up, from down. That why it is that? Because when we did a join on it, but the main import was DV worker, whatever the import it is, it will consider that lineage as the primary pipeline main, and then let's next one. This one will be considered as a secondary pipeline, but what it? Yes, the SS is the primary or the secondary STS in the Excel case. This one, yes, in this one, STS will be counted secondary. It is, or it's a good practice. Who always, what we do is the primary data we should be keeping as a import one. It should be in the import, and join we should be doing with the STS only. Yes, you can. You get understood that this thumb rule that we always import the primary pipeline which you are working. Let's say here the worker data is there. That's a hybrid working. Data is there. Or let's say in our case, let's say we are working on the vacation data. What we do is we will create a data set. We will create a data set. We will import the data set. We will join with the SDS over here. Import will be our primary working as in the main project which you are working on, and already this will be the SDS will be the secondary one. Got what it? Why then that guess? It also has reason. When we see the lineage, it is easy for us to understand the flow of the data. When this is simple one, be able to identify how the data is flowing from where, and also the data set. The stages are also very limited here. But what happens when the disk, all things get complicated? I have came across a lineage in that I have created a lineage having 35 for between 35 to 40 linear. The data sets are there. You can assume the number of data set which I need to create for it correct. It will be complex rather than going individually in individual data set and seeing that how the modification is done. What I can do is I can understand the flow of the data. Seeing the lineage of it, I will be able to know that the data is coming from this, and we are merging this data, and something union or join will be done over here, and then the data will flow again outside from the system, and again some working is done from this or this side. This is the primary path of it. Understood? Generally, in an organization, the standard data set will be there is known as SDH. STS is nothing. It is a derived data set only, but we just name is STS that it will be used for others. Why we are doing STS? See something. No, it's standard. Everybody can use it. This is yes, everybody use. Why we are naming, why you are naming not the TDS and not and why STS? Because let's say this is the shared one. Let's say this is not the shared one. Let's say modified. This last name, I renamed last name, or a remote support, all the previous working will be hampered. If I name it as DS, it will be understood to use it and not to modify it because it is shared with different data set. If I want to edit this shared data set, I will think twice, modify it, approves because other things will also fine. Yes, because other things are also connected. But if it's a derived data set, I know that it's a derived data set and only the immediate data set will only be hampered for it and no other will hamper, and STS is a generic one. It will be connected with hundreds. 100 data set, all of them will be impacted on and all the things will be hampered in that case. But then nobody will touch. Only yes, correctly, it's a basically there. I said the name is I will do derive set and all that will be same, but I will name as STS that it will be understood as it's a shared one. And we have to use it for arc working and not the other one. Got In general, the shared data set automatically refreshes, or how it works in general scenarios. Yes, as you saw, I go to manage field and I updated the name. First name is fname and I did the save. And when I reload it again and when it added, the new name got updated. Fname over here, you can see it. And this one, if I open this, I will go to edit and I go to BDS Hub. Here fname is showing. It works immediately. The moment I do a change over here, I do a changes over here in your data set in here, and I save it, and after saving I will refresh this because this will be with older data. Once I refresh it, the new changes will reflect over here. If I also do, it's not only with the regards of the name. Let's say I did this and I added a stage of a filter and I filter with the location as only New York and it has only me, Joy. Joe Biden, and Teresa's only there. That same data will be reflected in here as it will work immediately with the zero line. Let me go to cancel and delete. Just the stage and here. When we disconnect a pipeline, what I did is I deleted it. This pipeline is already configured. When I go to change pipeline, I will be able to see additional pipeline. Why? Because I connected with this pipeline, but then I deleted the joint, but it will show, let's say in future, if I want to use it, I can use it to connect. When I click on it, I will be able to see what was the working, what I did in that pipeline join. It's that, but I will delete it. If we keep also, there's no issue in it. It won't hamper it, but it will give us our exclamation error. Now I will cover the cover. We covered filter. Proved by we understood it join. We understood it manage. Will we know we will go for union? Union is same. Union is also same. I will go to RB work with here. It will match the fields. Let's say here for primary. It will match the fields that first name is here, last name is here. It will match the data and it will get the data. Let's say here in the primary pipeline. See here the name is primary pipeline, which is the primary pipeline of which I created this one, which I created. TV worker data is the primary pipeline and Derby is the secondary one. You can see the name. The primary pipeline has only this 1, 2, 3, 4 column. Let us check. Again here. Yes, and fifth one is also there. Which one is there? Let me see. Yes, number is not there. And here it is matching only this. What I will do is I will do the rematch. And do rematch it, will rematch it again. Let's say it is not considered over here. What I will do is I will click on it. It is basically what it is doing. It is identifying the common ones. Your first name is there. Steve is there. It will search for Steve. That will match it accordingly. Let's say number is not there. I will enter this. I will go phone number. And here also I will mention the phone number. Here and I will mention include all. Include all. That is also what I can do. What I will do is it will match that. Here it wasn't there. Employee was not there in primary pipeline, but in secondary it was there. I will give that. I got an error. What is the error? Let us see. The error is an invalid union mapping long integer. It should have a mapping that here you employee is there. It should have some value to map over here because there is no value here. It is showing that you haven't mapped it correctly and I need to compile it in an effective way. Is combining the data. Me go back and let me drop few columns from here. For example, I will quickly do it. In manage field edit column, let me hide the country phone number and I think first name. We should be keeping it because it will identify it and location. Let's keep it. Done and save, and we go over here the union. Let me refresh this one. Delete the stage. Here I deleted this and I will save it and then I'll add a stage. Union. Select a pipeline here, see. You can see now the number of records decreased. Why? Because there was no column more which was matching it. When I give include all, it will include all, and here I haven't. I don't have country over here. What it will give is for us, for Steve, it will get the data. Let me give done. You can see that for Donald it is coming as null. Why? Because it is doing combining the data. Steve is also here. Steve is also here. It is merging the data. It is doing the union of it. If I show you in the PPT, it will be easy if I have kept the short most of it. Union is what? It's a mathematical formula. A equals to 1, 2, 3 and B equals to 3, 4, 5. When I do a union BQ is the union symbol. A union bit is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 will be common and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it? It will. What it will do is I will also show an example over here. Let's say worker 1, 2, 3 is there, and here let's say 1, 2, 1, 4 and 5 is there. Now the output will be 1, 2, 3. Output will be 1, 2, 3 and 4 and 5. Why there was no repetition of 1? Because it was the matching value. But you say why this team was 2 was matching here. The white came double because it was identified as a unique value. Steve Morgan was here. It was named as Austin Warrior, and here it is California. There is some difference in it. If we see the original data also different. Steve is California, and here if I go Steve is California and Steve is Austin over here. That's why it is giving me union as different one. If it would be same, let's say here Steve is, let me go back here. Let's say Steve is California and this is also California. That will be merged as one data and null, and this row will be completely deleted. What it will match the key, whatever the matching data is. That will bring that masked data and will add the additional data as the additional rows. Any confusion in understanding this concept? This is, I think, then we need to cover other things. We will continue the next session. Meanwhile, you can do is join and you can have a good understanding regarding join and union, that if you have a doubt, we can see it. And if not, continue with the rest stage and then we can move to the calculus different. I'll do that, no problem. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.